I welcome everybody back to our open session regular board meeting. Tonight is June 16th, 2025, and we are starting at 5:09 p.m. I would like to start with the flag salute, mission and vision and community pledge. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll ask Dr. Mike Sherman to come up. For the mission and vision, Dr. Ben Wardrope, and for the community pledge, Dr. Jason Hasty. How fun. Is Mr. Sherman here? Hi, Dr. Sherman. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please rise and place your right hand over your hearts.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dr. Sherman. Dr. Wardrope, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Beverly Hills Unified School District's mission is educational excellence, and our vision is that students will realize their full potential to thrive with integrity in a complex, changing world.
Thank you. And for the community pledge, Dr. Hasty, you can do it right where you are.
Yes, thank you. The BHUSD community acknowledges that in order to achieve educational excellence, we must act with integrity and respect for each other and our learning environment. Therefore, I pledge to model civil behavior and respect in all communications and in public while maintaining a culture of honesty, to listen and acknowledge differences of opinion, to do my part to protect an inclusive culture in which we honor the relationship between all school community members, and to honor our learning environment, including how we take care of our schools and personal property. By holding ourselves and each other accountable to this pledge at all times, we will promote an environment of educational excellence that will allow our entire BHUSD community to thrive.
Thank you, gentlemen. I would like to make clear for the record, this meeting is being conducted by teleconference with optional public virtual attendance. In addition, Trustee Marcus will be attending from a private meeting location under AB 2449 due to just cause. I'd like to start tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Before we begin, we would like to take a moment to honor the life and the legacy of a young man, Blake Ackerman, a proud graduate of Beverly Hills Unified School District. Blake joined BHUSD in the first grade at El Rodeo and graduated from Beverly Hills High School with the class of 2016. During his time at BHHS, Blake was a vibrant and engaged student, deeply involved in ASB, a member of the varsity water polo team, and an AP scholar. Following his graduation, Blake continued to demonstrate his leadership and academic excellence. He earned his undergraduate degree from the University of Southern California in 2020, where he served as the undergraduate student body vice president. Most recently, he received his Juris Doctor from Loyola Law School in Los Angeles in 2023. Blake will be remembered for his bright mind, compassionate leadership, and the meaningful connections he made in every community he joined. At this time, we ask for a moment of silence in honor of Blake Ackerman, a lifelong learner, a dedicated leader, and a cherished member of our BHUSD family. Thank you so much. In addition, we just want to express our compassion and concern for families in Texas that have lost their loved ones due to the flood happening with those camps. It took my breath away when I heard about it myself, because it's something that could happen to any of our families and any of our children, and may God just give them all strength during this time. Okay, colleagues, can I get a vote for approval of the agenda, please?
I'll vote to approve the agenda.
Thank you. I got a motion. Any second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'll take a roll call vote since Mrs. Marcus is on Zoom. Mrs. Marcus? Mrs. Marcus?
Yes, I was unmuting myself, yes.
No worries. Okay, you're a yes. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
Okay, I'm also a yes, so we're a 5-0 approval on the agenda. Dr. Chernus, can you please provide us a report of closed session action?
Sure. The board voted in closed session to appoint Loanne Sarugska as Beverly Hills High School principal effective July 16, 2025. The motion was made by trustee Dr. Stern and seconded by Mrs. Sabag. The vote was 5 in favor and 0 against with no abstentions. I'll bring you up in a little bit. In addition, the board voted in closed session to approve a statement of charges and immediate suspension without pay of employee number 000025929. The motion was made by Dr. Stern and seconded by Mrs. Marcus. The vote was 5 in favor and 0 against with no abstention.
Thank you, Dr. Chernus. Let's move forward for the agenda hearing period and public comment. I know that we have a few members of the community here who I would like to welcome up. Number one, I have Marla Weiss ceding her time to Christy Fuhrer. And Christy Fuhrer, I'd like to welcome you up and remind you that you have 4 minutes, please. Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay, do we have the clock going? Thank you, please begin.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to thank you in advance for the opportunity to respond to the proposed. Sorry?
The mic isn't on. Can we please start again?
Yeah.
Sure.
There it is.
Okay, can we
My
please?
apologies.
We'll give you an extra 10 seconds, or
Okay.
they just reset it.
Great.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to thank you in advance for the opportunity to respond to the proposed board policy for standards-based instruction. My name is Christy Fuhrer, and I'm a first grade teacher at Horace Mann. I'm coming up on my 30th year in this district, and I'm a professional in the field of education. I've established myself in this district, and in doing so, I've earned the trust of my students, coworkers, community, and the multitude of administrators that have come through our district over the years. Although I understand and respect some points to this proposed policy, it's crucial for you to understand that our elementary classrooms are full of young, bright students who are curious and outspoken. You'd be surprised what comes out of their mouths at the most random times and for the most obscure reasons. With that said, controversial subjects are often brought up by the students, and as professionals, teachers are well equipped with common sense and have the proper training to handle a variety of topics that do organically come up. We know how to redirect sensitive discussions and turn things around to focus on the assigned curriculum. It's important for the board to have some insight into topics that are now considered controversial, but can and have become healthy educational discussions in the elementary grades. Here are some examples. You can often find first grade boys and girls holding hands with their same-sex friends out on the playground. There have been times when a student calls their peers gay when they see this. In the span of just 10 seconds, more students will chime in and shout out things like, "Gay can also mean happy," or "My dads are married." Another example that recently happened in the first grade involved a student who wouldn't let kids play basketball unless they voted for a particular candidate after a mock election was held at our school. This student also shared that their dad told them they couldn't play with kids whose parents did not vote for this candidate. This left a lot of kids confused and saddened. My final example involves the Pledge of Allegiance. I have had kids that share they're not allowed to say the word God. Like my colleagues, I respect the students' upbringing, and students are free to choose to say the Pledge of Allegiance with or without the word God. These 3 student-driven, so-called controversial topics were treated as teachable moments by using standards from the first grade curriculum, such as facts versus opinion, listening and speaking in a respectful manner, understanding inclusion, and teaching tolerance. It's essential for elementary teachers to continue to be able to create a caring environment that allows students to feel supported and free to express their opinions and ask questions without judgment. We are the foundation to their educational career. You should also know that it's very common to have parents come to the elementary teachers seeking our professional advice on how to handle sensitive situations that may arise with their kids and their friends. Parents trust us. I don't think this proposed policy will continue to support such vital relationships with our students and their parents. In fact, it does the exact opposite. It's very vague and demeaning to every teacher in our district. This policy is asking teachers to tell on each other. It questions the professionalism of all BHUSD employees and pits us against each other, students and the community. Have you even thought about how you plan to handle staff, parents, and community members that bypass the teachers and can come directly to you about a topic they perceive is an infraction of this policy, yet they don't have all the facts? In this volatile time, facts are very important. Will your proposed policy really respect and honor the facts? I have no idea. That's a terrible feeling and an absolute shame that a school board would intentionally create a distrustful, stressful, and toxic working environment for its educators. If there's a problem or concern about the teacher, then address that matter with that teacher. Please don't impose a policy that punishes the majority of professional educators who act in good faith. Let's work together.
Thank you, Ms. Fuhrer. Did I pronounce it correctly?
You did,
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks. I see Amy Arabello has ceded her time to Judith Chan. Ms. Chan is on Zoom. Ms. Chan, are you there?
So Ms. Chan is supposed to be in person. She's not here yet.
Okay.
Circle back.
We can come back to her. And is Ms. Arabello here?
She is, but she's ceding time.
Yes, I just wanted to know who she is. I just wanted to identify, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I have Gay Abrams next. Miss Abrams, are you here? Okay, I'm seeing a no. Mary White?
I'm here.
Hi. Okay, Miss White, you have 2 minutes.
I don't know which one to sit in, sorry.
Well, I think that since we have more than a certain number, our policy is that it goes to 2 minutes. That's why everybody else before was 4, 2, and 2.
Yep, no worries.
Okay, can we have the clock, please?
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. When I read the proposed standards-based instructional environment policy, I was confused, for in my mind it doesn't align with past and present practices within our district. I have taught in this district for 26 years, and during that time have attended numerous PDs that have informed teachers on how to deal with sensitive issues such as race, religion, culture, and gender identity. Why did the district invest time and money into preparing our teachers to deal with these topics if you don't actually want us to do so? What has changed that the board no longer trusts us to address these topics and to do so in a professional manner? We currently begin each board meeting with the BHUSD Community Pledge, which includes statements such as integrity and respect for each other and the learning environment, listen and acknowledge difference of opinion, protect inclusive culture. If we are to think of ourselves as an inclusive district, how will this policy allow for the families, students and staff who fall within minority or marginalised groups to feel welcome and supported? If we cannot acknowledge and talk about issues that impact them, how will they be able to feel like a valued part of our BHUSD community? Is this pledge just words, or is it truly the way we want to conduct ourselves across every sector of this district? I do not see how this proposed policy enables any of these statements to be achieved. Before closing, I will share that I grew up in a very small country town in Australia. I had a wonderful childhood, but it was an all-white, all-Christian community, which honestly limited my understanding of the broader world. I am in awe of the great gift of diversity that our students have, to be able to interact and learn from each other about different cultures, countries, races, religions, and family constructs. This learning may at times be outside of standards, but it is an amazing opportunity for our students to learn different perspectives and better prepare them to live in our diverse world. Isn't that what we want? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Next, I will call up Hannah Croft, please. Ms. Croft? Okay, Ms. Croft, you have 2 minutes. Please
Thank you.
begin.
Good evening, Board. My name is Hannah Croft, and I teach 7th grade English at Beverly Vista Middle School. Today, I come to you to voice my concerns about the language of the new standards-based instruction policy being proposed. As an English teacher, the nuance of language is very important, as words can be very powerful. As an educator, I recognize the importance and value of a true standards-based instructional environment. Those whose child had me as their teacher know firsthand that my grading was based exclusively on state standards last year. That being said, the language of this supposed standards-based instruction policy does not actually reflect standards-based instruction, which I know well. Instead, this proposed change demands teachers limit their scope of instruction and, by extension, limit students' skills and ability to learn. The meticulously chosen and intentionally vague language of this proposed instructional change does not have student success as its heart. Instead, this proposed change actively inhibits the learning, growth, and success of every child in this district. As an English teacher, some of our most crucial standards include teaching students theme, allusion, and symbolism. Teaching these is teaching students how to be critical thinkers, how to build empathy, but above all, how to close read literature. Without the ability to close read literature, the ability to analyze complex topics and themes, and the ability to make authentic personal connections, how can we as a district hope to ever improve our CASP reading scores? It is impossible to teach these foundational essentials without helping our students understand the complex, changing world around them. Curriculum-mandated novels cannot be taught successfully without understanding these topics. By diluting skills necessary for success, a teacher would be failing to prepare a student for the rigors of college, career, and life beyond. The most effective teachers are able to connect to students' background knowledge, personal interests, and lived experiences to foster engagement and a more authentic learning environment. The language of this proposed policy would no longer allow for this. Instead, educators would censor themselves out of fear. The classroom should be free from fear for both students and educators. Please vote no on standards-based instruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Croft. Next, Ms. Crane, please join us. Okay, the floor is yours. You've got 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Crane. I primarily teach STEM at Beverly Vista Middle School. Some of my classes include aerospace and electrical engineering, medical science, and robotics. I have also taught general science and even a section of honors biology. As such, I am well versed in the different standards we as science educators must cover in order to prepare our students not only for the next grade level, but also for life itself. I want to focus on this policy's impact to science education by highlighting an example from my classroom. As written, the policy explicitly states teachers must refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures, or ideological causes. Perhaps on paper that sounds straightforward to you, but let me give you a real-world example I like to use with my students every year. Do you recall in 2012 a ballot measure, California ballot measure initiative regarding genetically modified foods, which gained significant attention? It was Prop 37, also known as the California Right to Know Genetically Engineered Food Act. The proposition was incredibly dense in the language of science, and it turns out it's also a really fun and powerful way to engage kids. I often tell them they may not go into a science career, but science will still impact their lives, and they will be responsible for making decisions about science. I don't tell them how I voted or how they should vote. I just make the connection between the things they are learning about in the classroom and the real world. Doesn't that make learning more engaging, a little more real? In the past, these lessons have spurred thought-provoking discussions in the classroom, piqued student interest in topics they had never considered before, and fostered engaging dinner table conversations at home. Now, under the proposed policy, I am in a gray area. Am I going to have to worry that a colleague or a parent will take offense and turn me in? That fear detracts from my ability to do my job, to engage with students. Yes, Science can be polarizing. It can be political. It might be vaccines, wildfires, forever chemicals, weather modification, climate crisis, or any number of timely issues. If students don't feel comfortable discussing the real-world science issues swirling around them with me, their science teacher, who will they turn to? TikTok? Social media influencers? I promise you, you don't want that. Please trust your educators to do the job we are exceptionally qualified to do. Trust your administrators to steer the ship in the right direction. We are on the same team, Team Kid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. For our last public comment, Josh Glass is ceding his time to Elena Castanon. And Ms. Castanon, please join us. You've got 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education, Cabinet, and community. My name is Elena Castanon, and I'm a middle school science and STEM teacher at BVMS. We are all here because we care deeply for the education of the next generation and for the children themselves. When creating learning environments, it is necessary to communicate with students about their lives, our lives, the actual world around us as it is happening. Connecting with students includes engaging in conversations about things that are important and impacting them. Some conversations that teachers might have but are not specifically related to content include sports teams, music, restaurants, vacation plans, health concerns, siblings, friends, fashion, divorcing parents, parents getting married, impact of wars, and sadly, death of loved ones. Pretending that it is educationally sound to simply instruct using only the language of standards is not realistic. In order for students to be invested in their educational outcomes and engage in the process, they need to understand the so what, the how does this apply to me. This provides them with the why they are working so hard in classes. Best practices inform us that we need to regularly tie the material to students' interests and the real world. Before you consider the adoption of the new board policy, standards-based instructional environment, we need to examine and explore the unintended consequences as these would impact all of the children in BHUSD. Specifically, informing staff that their responsibility is to now report concerns promptly will require them to use valuable education time looking for and reporting out perceived infractions of this new board policy. Instilling fear in teaching staff that any single thing could be interpreted by any individual as being contemporary or controversial does not provide motivation in our profession. Fear is not a motivating force in education. This proposed board policy threatens that there will be classrooms that will be missing essential community building elements due to the fear teachers may feel of a potential misstep. This would be pedagogically ineffective. In the past year, there has been significant financial and professional learning time invested in professional learning communities. The 3 big ideas of PLCs include a focus on learning, a collaborative culture, and a results orientation. The practices for our PLCs are evidence-based to improve the quality of education and outcomes for our students. What data has been explored or divulged regarding the educational impact of this newest board policy? Perhaps it is time to lean into the work that is already being done in our school district instead of diverting attention and severing progress for our current goals. Finally, a reminder, it is the task of management to evaluate staff. The board currently has language regarding controversial issues, that's Board Policy 6144, and Article 9 in the teacher's contract. It is not and should not be the task of classroom teachers or instructional assistants to evaluate one another. Please vote no on this proposed policy. Thank you for your time and attention this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Castanon, and I think I see Ms. Abrams. Come on up, Ms. Abrams. Welcome you to our meeting.
Thank you. I apologize, I was late. I was rewriting this.
That's okay. Just please be advised that you have 2 minutes.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gay Abrams, and I'm a resident of Beverly Hills for close to 40 years. I'm here today because I believe that public school is the bedrock of a community and plays a foundational role in preparing our next generation to have the knowledge and values to be part of an informed, engaged, and prosperous society. I also believe that our students reflect our community's principles and values. Although this board clearly has the best interests of their children and the students, regretfully, I am concerned that decisions that this school board in recent months has made, including the proposed changes to standards-based instructional environment, will undermine any attempts to improve the experience and education at our schools. This policy, such as avoid discussing sensitive topics such as religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc., and staff members will firsthand knowledge of potential violations are encouraged to report concerns promptly. This language and policy parallel a similar time in our history, the McCarthy era, also called the Red Scare, where there was a pervasive fear that communists were embedding our government, the entertainment industry, and our schools. Today we're facing similar fears, but instead of the use of commies, it is liberalism, leftists, woke, DEI, BLM, gender, LGBTQ. Education policies were impacted and scrutinized and perceived communist infiltration and indoctrination. I'll try and go quicker. Teachers were often investigated, leading to teachers to self-censor. It was in an atmosphere of intimidation and fear, which curtailed academic freedom and critical thinking. Even the Hollywood community here was targeted. In Beverly Hills, we had authors, writers, there was targeting them for anti-American indoctrination. Jobs were lost. You know, I really appeal to you to let me finish, because I really worked on this for a long time.
Ms. Abrams, I understand what you're saying. Can you wrap it up in 10 seconds, please?
I can't do 10 seconds, but I think it's really important. I'm a member of the community.
I know, I understand, but I have to apply the same rules to every public comment speaker. So you want to give one conclusion?
Well, it's complicated. For one thing, I'm really concerned about this new policy. Ms. Sabag is using an incident that happened in 2022 about a music teacher. I'd like to know if anybody has researched it.
Thank you.
All right.
I thank you, just
Okay.
because I have to be even-handed.
Okay, I have to say I am distressed because I have been a parent. I pulled my kids out of the schools. I think you should listen to parents who may not have kids in the schools anymore, but care about this community.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, well, I appreciate everybody's public comment, and we thank you for sharing with us. Oh, we've got one more. Is Miss Arabello, are you on Zoom joining us?
She's in the waiting room.
I think she's in the waiting room, says Miss Fuhrer. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Miss Arabello?
Quiet, please.
That person did not show up, Miss Chan. Miss Arabello?
Yes, I am on Zoom joining.
Would you like to speak? Because I understood that you were ceding your time to Ms. Chan, who is not here, and you've got your 2 minutes should you wish to take it.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Chan is overseas, so she will be in, and we'll do this at the next meeting.
Okay, well, we will welcome you when you're ready and able to join us.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, thank you for your public comment and for joining us. We will move on to commendations and recognition. Dr. Chernus, I welcome you to introduce Assistant Principal of Horseman Elementary School and tell us a little bit more about Ms. Adrienne Kim, who's here tonight.
Thank you, Vice President Manicherry. Very excited to introduce some new outstanding administrators to our school district. I'd like to start with our new Assistant Principal at Horace Mann School, Ms. Adrienne Kim. It's my pleasure to introduce Adrienne as the new AP at Horace Mann School. Ms. Kim brings a wealth of experience in multilingual education in leadership and instructional support. Most recently, her work was focused on supporting English learners in the innovation department at Montebello Unified School District, where she played a key role in developing reclassification criteria, leading EL and DLAC presentations, and coaching teachers and site leaders in best practices for English learners and dual immersion. Importantly, Ms. Kim has deep experience supporting dual language programs. She's helped update and implement the district's dual language immersion master plan, facilitated vertical and horizontal alignment of curriculum, and prepared dual language programs for expansion. Her leadership in connecting educators with targeted professional learning and building community partnerships will be a tremendous asset as we continue to grow our new BHUSD Spanish Dual Language Academy. And that will be happening at both Horace Mann and El Dorado and El Rodeo, and we will be counting on Ms. Kim quite a bit to help at both schools. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Kim to BHUSD team. We're excited for her leadership, innovation, and dedication she brings to our schools and our students. Ms. Kim, please join us.
Thank you everyone here in the board for inviting me and celebrating this day. I'm very excited to work with Horace Mann community, and I'm ready to, get the work started. So thank you.
I am also extremely excited to introduce our new principal of Beverly Hills High School, Miss Loanne Sarukska. Ms. Sarukska is a dynamic and seasonal educational leader with over 25 years of experience in public education. She currently serves as principal of Esperanza High School, where she leads strategic initiatives to enhance student achievement and school culture. Prior to this role, Ms. Sarukska spent over a decade in the Garden Grove Unified School District, serving as assistant principal at Bolsa Grande High School, La Quinta High School, and Hare Continuation High School. Her leadership has led to substantial growth in AP enrollment and success, A3G completion rates, college-going rates, and student support systems. At La Quinta High School, she helped the school earn national distinction in U.S. News and World Report, while also developing pathways in medical and business career technical education. She began her career as a special education teacher and department chair at Rancho Alamitos High School, and later worked as a teacher on special assignment, leading professional development and instructional support across secondary schools. Ms. Sarukska holds a Master's of Science in Special Education from National University and is a fellow Gaucho with a BA in History from UCSB. Her strengths in instructional leadership, student engagement, and professional development continue to make a lasting impact. I want to congratulate you and thank you for joining us to lead our flagship school in this school district. We couldn't be more excited for you to join us, so thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, President Mrs. Marcus on Zoom, board members, Superintendent Dr. Chernus, Executive Cabinet, and community members. Thank you for this incredible opportunity to serve as principal of Beverly Hills High School. I'm deeply honored and excited to lead a school with such a rich tradition of academic excellence and community pride. I'm fully committed to continuing the legacy of high expectations for all students, while also fostering an environment where every person feels cared for, seen, and supported. I believe every student deserves not just a premium education, but a school experience that nurtures their whole self. I also look forward to working closely with our dedicated staff, supporting them, learning with them, and building a strong culture of collaboration and growth. Our school's motto, "Today Well Lived," is one I hold close. It reflects the kind of school community I hope to lead, one where each day is purposeful, challenging, and filled with opportunity. Thank you again for your trust, and I'm ready to get to work. Thank you.
And Dr. Chernus, I think we have one more
Yes,
rock star on the list.
Yes, before I just want to say, Ms. Sarukska, a couple other things that I think are important to add. You're only the second female principal in the history of Beverly Hills High School, and the first in about 50 years. So this is a big deal. So we have one more important appointment. We have a Director of Programming and Film Studies, Kyle Newman, who's not able to join us, but he will be leading KBEV. And Kyle is a Hugo Award-nominated filmmaker and New York Times bestselling author whose work spans feature films, television, animation, and publishing. He's best known for directing Fanboys, Barely Lethal, and One Up, and for producing acclaimed content for artists such as Taylor Swift, Lana Del Rey, and Hasbro Studios. As a member of the Directors Guild of America, Mr. Newman is also the co-author of several best-selling books, including Dungeons & Dragons, Arts, and Arcana. He now brings his creative expertise and industry insight into the classroom, inspiring the next generation of storytellers through his leadership in BHUSD's broadcast production program. So congratulations and welcome, Mr. Newman.
Thank you to all of our new team members and Dr. Chernus for your important words. Next, for Mrs. Marcus Meets.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for being here with me today. Tell me a little bit about yourself and your experience in getting to Beverly Hills.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate this, and it's really great to meet you. I actually grew up in the area on Beverly and Vista, the streets, actually. So I grew up near the Grove. I went to undergrad at UCSB and got my credential at Cal State Northridge. Then I actually taught abroad in Spain for 3 years as a language assistant. And then when I came back to the States, I taught for 5 years in Huntington Park at a really small charter school. I saw the posting on EdJoin for here. I took a shot and you guys brought me on.
So what do you like about teaching at Beverly Hills?
The parents are really involved in their students' education, the community, and I'm not really used to receiving all the support from them. The students are striving to succeed. They really care about their studies, and I have a lot of support from the administration. They've been really wonderful and helpful, and it's just been a great experience.
Wonderful. So how do you get the kids to love your subject? What do you do? What tricks do you play on them to have them love coming to your class every day?
Well, I think it's really important to build relationships with the students and find connections, so we make the classroom a safe and positive environment. And also I believe in teaching through inquiry, so really asking questions that kind of relate to their personal lives and to connect that to the content so they're more engaged in the classroom.
Okay, and when students leave your class at the end of the year, what is the one thing that you really hope that they will carry with them from your teaching?
Hope they can transfer what they learned in social studies into the real world so they can really find meaning from that. I really try to have them personalize the content, also contemporize, so they can, apply their skills to the 21st century world.
I'm glad to meet you, and I wish you good luck, continued success, and I'm sure the students are all looking forward to having you again next year. So thank you so much.
Thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. Can I have a motion for the approval of the board meeting minutes for special board meeting dated 6/24/25 and regular board meeting dated 6/24/25, please?
I'll make a motion for the approval of special board meeting 6/24/25, as well as minutes for regular board meeting 6/24/25.
Thank you, Trustee Stern. Can I have a second?
I'll give a second.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sabag. Let's go for a roll call. Mrs. Marcus? It might take her a second to come off of mute. Mrs. Marcus? Okay.
I'll put it on sticky.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
I am also a yes, so that passes 5-0. Let me take a minute to see if there's anything wanting to be pulled from consent tonight. Mrs. Sabag?
Yes. O, the warrant report.
Okay.
Don't you want to approve that one?
Yeah, and Q. Anything else, trustee Stewart, trustee Stern?
No.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the consent calendar without item O pertaining to warrant report number 1 and without item Q pertaining to approval of conferences and workshops number 1. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, trustee Stewart. I'll call for the vote by roll call. Mrs. Marcus?
I don't know why it's not going through. I'm saying yes.
That's okay, we can hear you. I think it just takes a second to come off of mute.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Stern?
Yes.
Trustee Sabag?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Okay. Can I please get, I'll make a motion to approve item O on the consent calendar, warrant report number 1. Mrs. Sabag, is this something that you would like to discuss? Oh, excuse me, can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have the motion on the floor.
Does anybody have any questions on the warrant?
Does anyone else have any questions with regard to the warrant report?
No.
Okay, did you have any questions or concerns, Mrs. Sabag?
Yeah, let's go through it.
It's okay, take your time.
Dr. Hasty.
Yes?
So I have a few concerns just in general, and then I'll go through the other items. So my concern in general is when you do the warrant report, when you're writing the checks under 60,000 without board approval.
Sorry, POs, purchase orders are different.
So purchase orders, there's under 60,000. So the warrant report explains, so those are just checks
Exactly.
for
Those
retirement,
are all our, Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Retirement, all our hard checks that actually have gone out, or EFTs, electronic fund transfers or payments.
or approved construction, I saw.
They're all tied to purchase orders and, yeah, and various items.
So everything on the warrant report is approved by the board?
Not technically. We do it as it's really a step in transparency to let everybody know, because this money has already gone out. It's just, but we're
Yes,
letting
that I
the
saw,
public
yes.
know that this is what all the checks that went
All
out.
the checks that we write?
Correct.
They're all in the warrant report?
Correct.
So the description, normally the description is not there?
No, this is an actual
Okay.
document that we get out of our BEST system, and so when we run the warrant report, this is how it comes up.
Okay.
And as you can see, I think we had over 1,200 warrants that went out in this report, so.
Okay, so let's say like, for example, Amazon, it just gets approved, or how does that work exactly for the community to understand?
Okay, so remember, we would have done a PO first for Amazon. You'll see that on the PO report as well.
Okay.
And so Amazon and Capital Services, we have accounts. So we buy various supplies. It can be office supplies, different things, which we would pay through our Amazon Capital Services. So
But it goes through the PO
it would go,
first, it
yes,
gets
there would be
approved?
there'd be a PO, and then when the actual payment gets paid, and then it goes into the warrant report.
Okay, so that's my understanding. So basically, the warrant report, everything was already approved?
Correct.
Basically before. So if we cross-reference, we will see approved, check written.
Correct.
Okay. Can I have an answer to, what did I see? The California, let me see.
The AXA one?
The CTA. So does that go out of the checks? Like
Good question. It's a great question. So every employee, if they're a member of a bargaining group, they would have a deduction that comes out of their regular paycheck. And so that deduction goes into, let's just say, a holding account that the district has, and then we ultimately pay that.
Okay, so that's what I
Yeah.
thought. Okay, thank you for
problem.
clarifying. I think that's it. It's just difficult for me because there's no descriptions.
Yeah.
So.
One thing I will
that's
say,
why I had yeah.
in looking at this, that's why the chart of accounts is really helpful. When I see resources, and I'll give you an example, like if you see all zeros under the resource, that would be a general fund. If you see 65,000, that would be special ed, AB 602, which would be state funding. So it's just the way that.
I did, yeah. I looked under the activity, the function activity and the object, and I researched that. So that's why I understood where it was going. But I'm wondering for the community, when they look at it, they probably won't necessarily understand. But it's good to know. We approve it first under the POs.
Correct.
And then these are the actual checks that are written and sent out, so it's all transparent.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, are we okay to go for a vote on this?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll call for a roll call vote. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Stern?
Yes.
Trustee Sabag?
Yes.
And myself, I'm a yes. Thank you. Okay, I make a motion for consent calendar item 9Q, approval of conferences and workshops number 1. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Stern. Does anyone have any questions other than myself? Okay, so I'll take the...
I probably have questions after.
Okay, sure. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but first I want to take a step back on the conferences in general. I understood that the board requested a full list of conferences for the upcoming school year. This may have been something that was requested during your time as interim, Dr. Hasty. And it's not that this will be the Bible and nobody can go against or can add anything else, but for me, I personally would like to take a wholesale, holistic approach on the conferences rather than piecemeal to see what is the plan for the year, what's the vision for the education and the use of these dollars. So do my colleagues want to reiterate that they agree with me on that request, or what are your thoughts? I'll start from Dr. Seaman. Do you have anything to respond first?
No, I can follow up on that. So if the board recalls, before the start of summer, we were able to communicate with you guys all the summer professional development plans. Similarly, we'll do the exact same thing in the fall. We do have to submit an educator's effectiveness plan, which is actually posted on the Education Services website, on our actual BHUSD website. We have to demonstrate what we're utilizing those dollars, both Title II and educator's effectiveness, each year through a plan. And that plan is 5 years, and it does run, and each year we have to update it, and it runs out this 2026. And so I'll have to resubmit for additional grant funds for 2026 moving forward, meaning the fall of 2026. It runs out in the spring of 2026. So yes, we for sure will bring you an update on how we'll utilize our professional development funds for the 25-26 school year. For ed services related, we needed to onboard 3 principals. Yes, no, so I wanted to make sure.
In no way, shape, or form am I pointing fingers, and I'm fully aware of how busy things have been.
No.
I just want to say, going forward, let's do it this way, please.
100%. And we for sure will bring, on the 28th and 29th, we have our leadership retreat. One of the topics is exactly that, how we're utilizing our funds to support our superintendent and Board of Education's goals. And we'll bring back to you a presentation in September. And in that, we'll have how each site will support their goals moving forward, part of Blue Ribbon, in addition to then what does that mean for the professional development needs for the teachers, IAs even, and also other staff. So 100%, I'm on the same page. We are all on the same page. It's just, we had our leadership retreat a little bit later.
No worries. Thank you so much. Looking forward to receiving that. Yeah. Okay. Trustee Marcus, do you have any questions in regard to this item?
No, that was also the concern that I had, because I do know that we did vote to get a full year so we could see what was going to be spent during the year and how the conferences would be attended. So you're absolutely right about that, Judy, and I want to thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you so much. Trustee Stewart?
I
have more to add, but
well,
yeah.
Why don't you add and I'll add after?
Okay.
Because you already have it. I have a big speech.
Okay. Trustee Stern?
Yeah, I'll wait to hear what you have to share.
Okay. Sure. So I pulled this item There are two requests for conference approvals, and I'm trying to relate things back to the kids and our programming. A couple of years ago, when Mrs. Marcus, Dr. Stern, and myself were on the board, Dr. Seaman brought AVID to us. We now essentially have the AVID program, an AVID elective, and I even want to do an AVID summer school, which I know would not be called AVID. Yes.
Sorry, for our middle school students, they did have a rotation in AVID.
Yes.
Mrs. Croft and Ms. Schuler delivered it. So the
Thank
students
you.
that attended, yep.
Thank you so much. So for the first item, the price is reasonable, and I know that what is learned there is going to come back and be passed on to our students. The next one pertains to an applicant, and I am grateful that our educators are, constantly striving to improve and learn and do better. I have a little bit of heartburn on this one for a couple of reasons. First is the cost. Second of all, and I try to call them like I see them. I'm the biggest champion of things when I think that they're working. But I will say that I believe that our middle school math program is one of the weakest links that we have at BHUSD. And I say that not pointing any fingers at site management because they've only been there for 1 year. However, site management was strong enough and active enough to release 3 probationary teachers who were not working for our school district, and I'm very grateful for that effort. But with that said, 3 of our teachers, meaning 15 of our classes, were, in our mind, getting inadequate education. One of those teachers had been there for 2 years, which means that you had 7th graders who had a now gone 6th grade math teacher, then a now gone 7th grade math teacher, and for me, I have to call them like I see them. I'm not clear that we have that much in our math department to teach the rest of the world. I do think that we have a couple of great teachers who are doing a great job. I just wish that these folks would take the time and onboard the 3 new math teachers that we have coming this year so we could be sure that our kids are learning. And I will say, in all honesty, the students stop me. They stop me if I'm in Mammoth Mountain, they stop me if I'm at Rite Aid, and they stop me when I'm on a walk with my children to let me know about their math teachers. And so I just don't know how spending these dollars and going out and teaching others is really going to bring back the education for our own students. And for that reason, if you guys want to amend the motion and approve the first one, but not the second one, I will vote for it. Otherwise, I'm going to be a no. Yes, Mr. Stewart?
Well, the first thing I wanted to comment on is I'm concerned about the cost. Ms. Sabag and I both went to Washington, D.C. A month or so ago, and I, at least for my own personal expenses, with my flight and my hotel, food, transportation on the other side of the country didn't even cost $3,350. So how a 2.5-day excursion to Palm Springs could cost more than that is quite confusing. Obviously, I don't know the cost of the actual conference itself and all that, but also too, I'm struggling to see where it comes to the actual, in the rationale section, of exactly how this relates to our own students speaking at this conference on this topic. Again, I'm not incredibly knowledgeable on this topic, but just reading what it says on the document, I'm just still a bit confused of how this relates to the advancements of the mathematics scores and our students at the school. So I don't know if this is for greater discussion, but it just doesn't add up for me. So.
Dr. Stewart?
One of the biggest needs, I think, across this country is for an increase in math pedagogy, and also, training teachers so that there's a shared culture of understanding how we make math scholars in schools. So factually, there's actually an identity crisis among a lot of kids in terms of how they see themselves as mathematicians. And there's an old adage, some educational circles say, well, kids have to start to know that they are mathematicians, that they are capable of this. So some of these concepts, which are not just trivial, touch-up training for teachers, are actually critical for advancing how some things such as math is actually taught. And so there is actually a direct impact on how we train the teachers, how they come away with certain strategies, and how they apply them to the classroom. So there may be, a charge of $3,000 here, $5,000 there, whatever, but to me, it absolutely pales in comparison when we consider that, for audio visual, we'll easily spend $600,000, $200,000. So I don't know why the scrutiny is applied to this relatively minuscule expense that is an incredible investment in our teachers. Let's say, for the sake of reasoning, that there was not a direct appreciable impact. Let's say we cannot measure exactly that, this math teacher and this math teacher went away for a 6-day class, and within 6 months we didn't see an increase in test scores, right? And it would be very difficult to see that. So at the very least, though, they took away some education and some training. That is how we evolve and how we overcome our deplorable test scores. So, so I just urge my colleagues to understand that, yes, there are expenses here. We can scrutinize them to death, but given that we're very quick to authorize hundreds of thousands of dollars for things that absolutely do not directly affect achievement, I really beseech you to listen to Dustin, to listen to me as people who are professionals in education, that this is not a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sabag?
Yeah, thank you. So I have an issue with the type of conference that it is being held. It's basically in regards to marginalized communities. And I specifically remember, if you remember Dr. Stern and Mrs. Marcus, when Dr. Bragi rejected this concept of math because the state had forced Beverly Hills to, I don't know if we want to call it dumbed down, but that's what they were calling it at the time, to take out algebra, and said that we need to equalize all the kids. So basically, this kind of conference is saying, because I researched it. So basically what it's saying, it's for students that do not have the opportunities on advanced math. So what you do is you bring the math down to equal it with other students that don't have the opportunity. So in essence, the ones that are, more advanced and have honor classes of math and go up, they won't be allowed to do that. So Dr. Stern? I really want to discuss this with you. So that's one point, because I specifically remember that, because I remember parents getting very stressed about that, and even teachers saying, I think it was algebra. They're saying we're taking away algebra. So basically what it is, it's for marginalized cultures. And also, I don't know why we have a speaker, a teacher in our community teaching other communities about marginalized cultures when we don't have that need in our district. We don't have that need. So, well, it's not a two-way conversation, but...
Well, don't respond to that.
Okay. So if we have, my meaning is, so let me be more specific. If we have students that need special needs, special programs, we have that. So this kind of type of teaching is not allowing the students that don't need that. Dr. Seaman, can you elaborate on that? Do you remember when Dr. Bragi, when the state actually enforced that we need to do the math, that we need to take out certain kinds of math from, I think it was from the middle school, and he fought that?
Yeah, I can jump in.
Okay,
we all
thanks.
did. So when the math was supporting the new math framework, there was about a 4-year adoption cycle around it. And we, as a Board of Education and District Administration, and even site, we wrote a letter in opposition to it. It is a framework, and we, as a local LEA, have the right to be able to, similar to like the ethnic studies conversation that is no longer there, be able to utilize the framework to, I'm going to say cherry pick sometimes, where we're going. Where in the new framework, it does state that we do not offer an honors program in the middle school. It's not necessarily just algebra, it's an honors program. We still offer an honors program. We have criteria set for placement into that program. So what the website you're looking at specifically, this is the state level math council. And in that, we have sent multiple teachers over the years that had the opportunity to be able to present, but also learn. So an example of this proposal, I think the description on the spreadsheet is a little incorrect from the.
Well, I
whoever put
digested
it-
that. I
yeah,
actually researched. I didn't go
yeah.
by the description. I went by.
I just saw the description.
CMC South, conference.
Yep.
What exactly is entailed, and I went through the whole thing. Everything in this subject is not something that our school specifically is in need. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would disagree.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
too.
I feel like Mrs. Sabag is saying it's not part of our mission and vision. We're not saying we don't have Title I kids or we don't have kids who are part
Yeah,
of
I'm not
marginalized
saying that.
community.
Of course
I think
we
you're
do.
talking about
Right.
our goals.
Yes, so I'm not saying we don't have any students that need that. I'm saying we are taking care of that. We're not having issues with that. Our issue is the overall mathematic, our program where we want to bring it up and raise it. So why are we sending our teachers to do a conference like this when we should be sending our teachers to do conferences way above? Because we're already okay with this part of the math.
So what
Can I say something real quick? So, Sigali, there are students who are in special ed because they have an identified disability, but there is a huge proportion of kids who don't have a disability who are terrible at math. I was one of them. I don't have a disability that I know of. So there is a tremendous need, and actually being nominated for any of these distinctions, such as Blue Ribbon School, we have to show that we are addressing the needs of our lowest not demographic, but the kids who are having the biggest trouble, who aren't necessarily special ed. So we need to show that we are closing the gap, and that is something that's very important to these nominating bodies. So one way to do that is to train teachers to approach some of these kids who, again, don't have disabilities, because you're right, that's a whole other bag of fish to help those kids. But there are strategies, there are needs, there are gender differences, there are all sorts of things that can be examined in an effort to close that gap so that it can actually help us in our footing towards some of the distinctive categories.
I understand that, but this is not a conference where it is being trained. It's a conference where she's being a speaker to train others or to let others hear how well we are doing.
Yeah, I would, exactly.
Well-
I would say, I would pay for this person to train our staff because our staff needs it. We have 3 newcomers who are gonna need support because the 3 newcomers that we had last year didn't seem to get the right support.
So, a few things. One, I've been to the CMC before. It's a very good conference, and there's a lot of very good courses. My assumption is that the principal approved this. And typically when teachers go to these conferences, whether they're speaking or not, they take courses. And it's part of professional development. They learn how to be better math teachers. So I think in general, I'm sure we have a history of sending teachers to this math conference because I went when I was a math teacher here. I think as part of the process, we should probably look at the continuum of principals approving conferences and then bringing it to Dr. Seaman. But I think that because, unfortunately, Mr. Waters isn't here to speak to this, but my assumption is he's approving this because typically when teachers want PD in the area of mathematics, this is a reputable conference. As far as the topic, I think, as Dr. Seaman said, I think it's a little misleading as to the real purpose of the conference. If you look at the courses here, there's a lot of great courses for teachers. So I think it's hard to cherry pick conferences. I think we need to start with a process for the principals. And so in my mind, I would want to approve this and then go back to our principals for a process moving forward. But they're the educators at the site, and my assumption is Mr. Waters had a good reasoning to approve this.
And if I can just revisit my own statement, my statement was based on the description, and the description does not match anything that is being said right now. So, you know, I have said publicly before, I am all for conferences, learning, expanding, absolutely. But reading the description, it did not match what you're saying right now. So now that is clarified.
That's fair. I mean, I hope it was clarified, because I can see at face value, yes, there are tropes going around saying, oh, everyone wants to dumb down education and reach the lowest common denominator. Why don't we pull them upward? I get that concept. We all want our kids to really succeed. So I think that maybe it's a misnomer how it's titled. And I thank you, Dr. Chernus, for explaining that, and Dustin. I also think that we have to understand that site leadership, so Mr. Waters and different principals know some of the needs in their schools. They are intimately, hopefully, having data chats and looking at benchmarks and how kids are doing in each subject, and they know intimately what sort of professional development their professionals can get. So I think that while we can all look at the overarching list of possible conferences, I think that we need to understand that it is generated in good faith from site leadership who knows their learners at their site, as well as their teachers and the deficits in training that they might require.
Can I say something? So I think as a board, we should know a little more about the conferences. We should know what it entails, because if we're going to approve something, we should know the details of what's happening. So I think when Dr. Seaman and Dr. Chernus explains it, we understand it better, because what happens is we have, you know, our agenda, and we look everything up. At least I look everything up. I deep dive into everything, and when I see something that just doesn't sit right with me, I'm going to question it. So just by the face of it, by the rationale of it, it's an attending speaker, it's speaking about a certain topic, and then when I'm deep diving about it, it's basically saying the same thing. So I'm not getting any kind of different, relevant that it's to our district. I'm not understanding how this does our district any good or our students any good, and that was my concern. More than the amount. The amount is high for a conference, as Mr. Stewart said. Mine was like half the amount going to Washington. So that's strange to me in itself. And where's the details to that? The other conference is also same amount of days and half, more than half.
I assumed that this one was a little more expensive because the description included the cost of substitute teachers.
I don't know. Is that
Really
the case?
quick, on the business side, that amount is a not to exceed amount, and the actual calculated cost is $1,772 for everything.
So
However,
why- yeah.
we always put a cushion in there in case something happens and we have to.
I think why is there a double cushion to that one and not the other one?
I'd have to look
And
that
then
one
if it did say 1,750, maybe we wouldn't have been like, whoa, you know? Maybe the description was a little offset, but the amount,
Yeah.
I mean, we're all separately, we're just discussing this for the first time. So the amount is high, and that's strange to me since I did go to a conference. I went to 2 actually, and it wasn't even close to that.
I think just listening, I think what it really narrows down to is just from a transparency standpoint. When Dr. Hasty was interim superintendent, he introduced this as a line item on the agenda versus us doing the plan as an overall expectation, so you'll see it coming down. And so when teachers are submitting, they all are ballparking where it won't come in as the actual expenditures, and that's what his team did, was place it on that as $3,000 when that's not the actual cost. Moving forward, I know once we have our leadership retreat, we will come back with a more comprehensive plan. So that way, when you do see it pop up, you've already had an opportunity to discuss it with us, myself, the principals, Dr. Chernus, and we'll be
I think
well in
that's a
advance.
great plan, and I
Yep.
think that part of the confusion is that it's very limited for us to understand what's going on with these conferences. I think not only that, when they actually go to the conferences, I would love to see a video of a speaker. I would love to hear about it. I would love to see a report, because as a board member, if I didn't have to vote for this, then that's a different story. But since we have to vote for this, we should know what we're voting for. And just having a discussion, going over things and researching ourselves, I don't think is enough. And this is pretty huge. Conferences are huge because that's getting our students to where we want to be. So we want them to go to conferences. We want them to learn. But is it just being frivolous? Is it just being whatever it is? We don't know. And it has nothing to do with this particular one. I'm talking in general. So we need to know what is happening, what are the details, what's the report, is there a video we can watch? For instance, when we went to Anaheim, we had a speaker there, and I saw it, personally, so I understood it. But if somebody else told me about it, I wouldn't even know what was going on. So as a board approving, we should know.
Yes.
Trustee Marcus, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've been trying to get in a few words here, but I guess I don't know what's going on. First of all, I'd like to take exception to the comment about the marginalized kids. One of the things that we are required to do is to have kids pushed in to regular classes with the other students so that they do not feel marginalized. And I have taught many classes like that in which there is a teacher that accompanies them to help them with the work that they are doing in the class. The only problem with that is that sometimes I took exception to this at that time, is that I would let the teacher, the push-in teacher, teach the class and would observe that particular teacher teaching the class. And that sometimes got to be a problem, but I expressed that at the time while I was teaching. I do feel that when these teachers that are going to these conferences are going besides the fact that they're going to make a presentation, but also will take advantage of learning from the other people and the other professionals who are at the conference. To think that you're only going for one reason is probably very limiting. So I would expect that they would be taking advantage of the whole conference. And so that there is more to be offered in a conference beside the fact that they are going to be only there to make a presentation of how we teach the kids in our class, in our school, that are lower math students and what they've been using up till now. I have observed this, that they do it, and that perhaps they can even get more information on doing it themselves. So I personally feel that we are looking at, I know it's $3,000 or something like that, but we've spent a lot of money recently on some things that have cost a lot more money, and nobody said anything about that. So I really feel that this is something that I would definitely be in favor of.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mrs. Marcus, thank you for your perspective. And I'll ask the board, does anybody else have a comment, or should we call for the vote?
I'll just make one more comment that I think, to Sigali's point, or Ms. Sabag, is that if we were to, when school's in session, is to maybe understand, why site leadership identified a certain conference, that might be helpful. Because I am sure that they have their reasons based on what they know of their learners and their students and their complement of staffing. And I would love to, I'd be interested to know, and I think that would help this, some of it might clear up some of the rationale for why a particular one is chosen. So I definitely recommend that we do something like that.
Yeah, and if we have one proposal for the whole year, not an exhaustive proposal, but one, then we can do it once and move on.
So that's a fabulous idea. So what if we make a plan before the beginning of the school? I mean, I don't know if you can do it this year.
He's going to do it at the conference.
Okay, and then just write, do a chart and say, okay, math teacher's going to this conference at such and such day, and we're ahead of the game, which I know you already plan ahead of the game. You say about a year in advance, right?
We can do that. We can also have reports from our teachers that go to conferences.
Right, and maybe designate someone who voluntarily wants to be the ambassador to share the information. That'd be also really helpful.
Okay.
One thing, the extra cost is due to the sub coverage. That's why it's more.
Substitute,
yeah,
that's what I thought so, and in the rationale, it explains this includes sub-coverage.
I'll find out more, but I'll find out
Okay,
more.
it could still be potentially cushiony, Dr. Hasty. Okay, so I call for the vote, and let's do a roll call vote since Ms. Marcus is on Zoom. Trustee Marcus?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Stern?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes, and I'm very glad we discussed that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward to item 10, consisting of various personnel services items. I move for the approval of the Second Amendment for Employment Agreement for Assistant Superintendent Education Services. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any comment on this matter?
I just want to ask the question of Mr. Seaman about the second person in the educational services. Who exactly is that?
What are you referencing, Mrs. Marcus?
You're talking about someone in the educational services.
So this matter pertains to, it's the Second Amendment for Employment Agreement for Assistant Superintendent Education Services. It relates to Dr. Seaman's efforts in terms of all things HR.
Oh, okay, yes, okay.
Essentially, it's an additional stipend. My understanding is that we had a First Amendment which expired June 30th, and this is going to pick up where that leaves off.
I
Okay?
agree. Okay, that's
you.
all I needed to know.
Do I have any other comment or questions?
Yeah, I would just like to publicly thank you, Dustin. We put a lot of pressure on you. You have so many things to do. Placing HR on you with all of these new hires is obviously not intentional, but just want to never make you forget that we appreciate you and you do such a fantastic job. So.
Dr. Stern?
Nothing further to add?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a yes for me.
Yeah, thank you so much. HR is not one or two things. It's not just hiring and firing. It's so much. And so thank you for your time and help and care. I feel like in some ways this is how it should be, all of it coming under Ed Services for a minute. So thank you. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I agree. Thank you. And we appreciate everything you've done. So it hasn't been easy, but it's getting easier, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hopefully.
yes.
Well, then on August 12th, it's going to speed back up. Okay, that's why I worry about him.
Don't slow down.
Yes, I will
Never a
call.
dull moment.
That's right. I will call for the vote. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
Myself, I'm a yes. That passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Next, I make a motion for the approval of the tentative agreement between Beverly Hills Unified School District and the Beverly Hills Education Association Office of Technical and Business Services, also called OTBS unit, for the 2025-2026 school year. May I have
I'll
a
second
second?
it.
Thank
I
you.
second.
Thank you, Trustee Marcus. Does anybody have a comment, or we can go straight to the vote? Okay, I'm seeing no comment. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, I make a motion for the approval of the tentative agreement between Beverly Hills Unified School District and the Beverly Hills Education Association Instructional Assistance IAs unit for the 2025-2026 school year. Can I have a second, please?
I second.
Thank
I
you.
second.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. I acknowledge your second. Is there any comment? Okay, I only will make the comment reaching back to the OTBS and now adding on the IAs. I just want to thank everybody on those unit teams for all the work that they do for us. And it's an honor to be able to approve of this agreement and move forward to the next school year with all of you, and we appreciate you. I'll call for the vote. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so that also passes 5-0. Let's move on to section 11 pertaining to business and finance. I make a motion for AB 1200, public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement regarding classified BHEA and IA OTBS. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's go for a vote. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes, that passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, I make a motion for a rejection of claim number 657479. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, sure. Thank God.
Okay, I'll call for the vote by roll call. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
Myself, I'm a yes. That passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to planning and facilities. Are we moving fast enough for you, Dr. Chen? I feel like I'm in a, can I get a 500?
My summer hours are different. It's no longer 9:30.
An auction, thank you. Okay, I move for the ratification of agreement with Garza Construction for El Rodeo concrete replacement. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? I would just like to make a notation to Mr. Karat. There is a cruise in your future after a couple of these projects are over and done with. We are sending you and Dr. Seaman will be sharing a room because we're on a budget. But it is an all-you-can-eat buffet, and both of you need some food because we've been running you ragged. So I just want to say thank you to you for digging in. The list of projects does not end, and we've been adding to it, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure the rest of the board does. And so I will call for the question, assuming there's no further discussion. Okay, Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Thank you. That passes
Yeah,
5-0.
Judy, Mrs. Manicherry.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw a wonderful biography, not a biography, but a report on Will Carrot.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody saw it, and I'd like to mention how lucky we are to have that gentleman in our fold because he is doing a yeoman job. If you haven't seen that release, I hope that you can find it and share it with them.
Yes, Mrs. Marcus, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It, really demonstrates how far our bond management and overall construction and facilities programs have come and how fast we're moving ahead. So thank you for reminding us of that article.
And just because you're a celebrity now, Will,
Yeah.
don't let it get to your head. All right.
No autographs, yes. Okay, I make an approval of the contract with Sea Clear Pools for Beverly Hills High School Swim Gym. Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Sabag. Is there any discussion or questions?
I'd just like to make a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you so much. I saw the proposals that were outrageous, because I still thought the price was outrageous, but then I saw the other proposals, and then I checked things, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's what we pay. That's it, just a comment. Yeah, I noticed that for 3 years. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. Thank you for the supporting documentation. It's helpful for context. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I will call for the vote. Mrs. Marcus?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Dr. Stern has stepped out. Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
Great, and I am a yes. That is approved 4-0. Dr. Chernus, I welcome you to present your superintendent report.
Okay, let's cue this up, please. So the summer is often the busiest time of year as we try to scramble and get as much done as we can before the students come back. Fortunately, we do have a lot of students on campus still in summer school and enrichment programs, and it's been, I'm told that this summer we've had more kids involved than in past years, which is great. What you see here is a amazing performance of Frozen Junior, and so Dr. Seaman and Mrs. Marcus were able to attend the final performance, and it's students in grades 4 through 8, and I've heard wonderful reviews from parents reaching out and thanking the district and our teachers for putting on such a wonderful program. So, and the kids got a standing O for all of our young performers. We had an AI camp as part of BHUSD's commitment to preparing next generation. Students had the opportunity to explore cutting-edge technology through the Inspired AI Summer Tech program. They gained hands-on coding experience, explored machine learning, and built real-world projects using the latest advancements in AI. And we will, as a district, be talking more and more about AI. I'm very interested in getting some of the top AI minds involved in our district to help our teachers and our students move forward, knowing that it is now embedded in our society, embedded in the world. Next slide. I want to congratulate our counselors. We received at the ASCA conference, and this is an annual conference, our counselors received the RAMP Award recognizing BHHS's counseling team as an ASCA model program. And Dr. Seaman joined the team, and I understand it was a surprise award. And so can you add a little bit about some context for the board of this achievement?
Yeah, absolutely. I do need to thank a couple of participants. So Ms. Manicherry, Dr. Stern, even Mrs. Marcus who's listening. The counseling team worked for 2 years, and the reason I thanked those 3 board members, they did sit on the school counselor advisory councils for them, providing them feedback over the last 2 years, which was instrumental in them being able to put together that application and being able to submit, being able to be approved, and then again, being able to on Monday evening be at Long Beach and being able to sit and receive that award. So I want to thank everybody that participated, all the support from the Board of Education, and increasing our services and taking it even to that next step for next year, and to Christy Bond and Shannon Caballas, who is listening out there, because they were instrumental in leading the efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And recently we had a very great partnership with our local law enforcement, empowering safety through partnering with PD and our command center as we participated in a cutting-edge security drone demonstration. And so this was alongside the Director of Security for Sinai Temple as part of our ongoing commitment to staying current on best practices in school safety. The demo showcased how evolving tools like aerial surveillance can support response, visibility, and collaboration across agencies. Safety is not static, it's proactive. And at BHUSD, we lead with partnerships and purpose. And finally, I've teed this off for the board, and this is kind of the first time I'm going to be speaking to the community about this. But in my time here, one of the things I have learned is over the last 5 years, we haven't had an opportunity to host home games for our middle school sports programs. And that is due to our facilities. And so what we are working on is 2 very significant projects for BVMS. The first is expanding our field. And so we are going to put in a new field, which we were due for anyways. So we have budget for a new field. We were due for this. We are going to expand it so we can have regulation soccer and flag football games and host home games. So that's very exciting. The board will get a proposal for this at our next meeting. We're going to move as quickly as possible. And Coach Lawson brought this to my attention as we were struggling with trying to figure out how can we have basketball and volleyball games at our campus without having to build a gym. I've built a gym before. It costs $16 million at a middle school, and it's very expensive, and it takes years. Well, now there's technology out there, and we can actually put in a facility, and this is an example of one of the vendors, where it's essentially elevated shade structures where we can install what's called sport court. And we can really simulate a similar experience to an indoor basketball and volleyball at BVMS. And so we're already talking to an architect about working on this, and this would really close the loop. We could now have home games for basketball, have regulation basketball and volleyball games at BVMS. And in talking to actually Mr. Little today, he mentioned if we had something like this, we can also get more kids to participate. Because one of the issues we have at BVMS is because we have such a small area for basketball and volleyball, we have to cut students and not everybody can make the team. Here we'd have the opportunity to have more court space and not just home games, but more kids participating. So I want to thank Coach Lawson for bringing this to our attention, and hopefully this is something we can also bring to the middle school. And that concludes my report.
Okay, colleagues, do you have any discussion in regard to Superintendent's report? Mrs. Marcus?
Everything is very good. Thank you, Dr. Chernus. I'm grateful to see the change, and although it comes a little too late, that the kids who play on the sports program at the middle school were never at home but always had to travel. And unfortunately, it comes a little too late for some of the kids, but they're going on to the high school and they will be able to benefit at the high school. And I'm grateful that the counselor with the counseling report, it was wonderful to see all the counselors and to know that we are increasing our counseling staff and that the students are going to be more counseled and going to colleges and how to get there and in the program that's been established. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. Trustee Stewart?
Thank you, Dr. Chernus. Again, fantastic report. I wanted to highlight the drone portion of that. I also wanted to give a special shout out to Sean O'Connor sitting in the back of the room. I know you've been working tirelessly to get these demonstrations set up for us. I was invited to that one, and although I drove past the high school as the pickup truck was actually driving off of the field, so I didn't actually get to see it in person, but I just wanted to thank you on how many different things that you've contacted me about and the demonstrations that you've been setting up to make sure that our kids and faculty and just properties themselves are as safe as possible. When it comes to the outdoor gyms, I've seen these. They're actually phenomenal. When you're underneath them, it really has a feel of pseudo outdoors, but pseudo almost like you're in like Cirque du Soleil. I think the more our kids can be outside is just great for their health, and and more physical activities that we give them opportunity to do is just fantastic. And I think there could even be, because they are of a canopy style, with our new branding initiatives, we could do something very cool and creative with those types of things. So great report, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Stern.
Not much to add. Did you comment more about summer school in general? Because I thought it was a pretty successful endeavor. Other than the AI class, what other things went on?
Yeah, so thank you guys, everyone, for all the support for summer school and all the teachers that are teaching this summer. We have, at the elementary level alone, doubled in size from last year to this year. With the middle school including, we ran the 3-course rotation, which you had mentioned earlier. We did have AVID, so students would do an hour of AVID, math, and then ELA. It was a 3-hour program. We almost quadrupled in the middle school. We went from about 30 students in the past to, we had almost 60 students per grade level attend. Outside of that, we did have the IA. We did have the Performing Arts Academy, which Dr. Chernus had mentioned. And so it was a really successful summer, and it's still going on. It is still summer. We still have time before the fall. But we still have students in elementary and high school wrapping up. We offered every course free to our high school students, which was excellent. You know, so our students had the opportunity. So we had a lot of kids on campus this summer, which is great.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Sabag?
Yeah, so amazing report, thank you. A couple things, the security, collaborating with Sinai Temple and the city is just perfect, fantastic. Because I'm really want our security to be top notch, that was amazing. And the home games, I think that is so important to do the home games. And I think getting the field prepared, I'm so excited about that. And then to put, what is it called? Did you say, it's not a tent, but?
Yeah, it's an elevated canopy. Yeah.
That's gonna be a game changer because the kids get so hot on those fields. So that's gonna be fantastic. And we are gonna have more participants for sure. So that's great, thank you for your report.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the report. I do want to acknowledge summer school as this huge thing that it transformed into. If I remember correctly, last year summer school for the elementary was 212 students, and this year was in excess of 400. Yeah, and that's phenomenal. And so I feel like now we are using our summers with a no student is left behind approach, and I really truly appreciate it. And I want to thank the teachers that stepped up for summer school. I'm sure you're tired and you need a break, but the only thing I hear about the summer school programming is good. So it's much appreciated. With respect to the counselors at the high school and our overall counseling program, Dr. Seaman, I want to thank you and Mrs. Colby-Ellis, as well as the entire high school counseling team, for really stepping up the last couple years. I, in the committee meetings, asked them for a lot more, and they paused, and then they said, you know what, okay, fine. And they made it happen, and I would say that the counselors have become like the blood running through the veins at this point. And I think that what's happening at the high school is exciting because now it's kind of spilling down into the middle school counseling program as well. And if the hard work of the last 2 years had not happened, then the board would not be in a position to support the initiative for moving to our new counseling center set up with the academic advisors for 9th and 10th, and then the college counselors for 11th and 12th. So it's the hard work for the last 2 years in particular that's the foundation of the next chapter. So thank you to all of you guys. And the BVMS souping up speaks for itself. Just for the community to know, the board and the district was scheduled to already install a new field that is going to cost approximately $900,000 next year, and that's being pulled up this year in addition to the resizing of the fields. The sports courts with the canopies are an amazing idea. I only will say good luck with the we went through this once. We last year, in trying to improve Horseman and make it more younger student, custom and supportive, installed various shade structures and another play structure with a cover, and it took us a little bit of time to get the approval, but this is out in the yard, so maybe it'll be a little bit easier. So good luck with that, Will. Thank you. Thank you for all of these amazing ideas and efforts. Okay, moving on to board policies. Item 14A, the approval of the first reading of board policy 6144.13, standards-based instructional environment.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the first reading of the board policy, standards-based instructional environment, with the amendment to change the board policy number from BP 6144.13 to BP 6015 and waive the second reading.
Okay, can I get a second? I will second that motion. Is there any discussion? I can start with Mrs. Marcus and go along the line. Mrs. Marcus?
Can I?
At the last meeting of the board, I proposed that Dr. Stern and Mrs. Sabag work together to amalgamate and combine a policy which has been in existence along with a new policy being proposed by Ms. Sabag. Unfortunately, they were able to work out a more modified proposal, and thus we are seeing on the agenda the very same version which was proposed 2 weeks ago. Mrs. Sabag wants to limit all instruction in the classroom to curriculum only, leaving no room for discussion on any and all discussable topics which might be controversial or even more. We are tying the hands of our teachers by limiting them to what the curriculum mandates they teach and teach only. The present policy 6144 already addresses this and was reviewed 2.5 years ago by the board then. Before we adopt this, we should take a step back and see if it is really necessary. The proposed policy is far too stringent. It is unwarranted, and I believe it is dangerous to the philosophy of educational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. Trustee Stewart?
Well, I might not agree with some of the expressive language of how detrimental that a lot of the language in this is. I think a lot of it is common sense. I think because of the current or the recent Supreme Court ruling on the notification of parents to opt out of certain topics, and the fact that that is something that I believe is enforceable at the beginning of the school year, and we have not even began talking about that, where there is some cross-pollination in that with this topic and this policy. I think for me right now, it's not the fact that I don't agree with some of the things that are in here. And I think I said in our last board meeting that a topic that we have not discussed at all is enforcement. There is no need for any rule unless you also have an equal plan of enforcement. I do not disagree, and I do think that there are things that are being said and done in in classrooms by very limited specific people that are not agreeable. And I think that is where this is trying to get to. But because of the certain uncertainties about where we are going to land on how we are going to abide by the Supreme Court and where that language fits in, as well as a few other pieces that I think are not covered in here, I think that this needs, one more round of
refinement.
Yes, and like Mrs. Marcus said, I would love to hear what you guys, if you guys did have a chance to meet, I would love to hear what your consensus was, because obviously I know both of you come from, different sides of the coin on certain topics. I would just love to hear if a consensus was made and what those ideas were. But I do think because there's some new light since our last meeting, especially in the Supreme Court ruling, which we are now legally required to do, regardless of our vote, and how that fits into what we need to do legally. I think because of that, it in my opinion, forces our hand that we need to have more clarity on this topic.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Trustee Stern?
Thank you. That was very provocative to think about that. So in the last week, we have received quite a few emails. There's been educators, teachers. There's also been professors from USC, I think we saw today. We've had parents, and they obviously are not happy with this. One irony that definitely occurred to me today when I was looking at the agenda was that we are going to be led through a presentation of a pathway towards blue ribbon designation. So part of that process, as I've said before, is a nomination from the County Office of Education. They have to nominate us and wish that, or to suggest that we are capable of this status. Well, a lot of the people, if not all of them, who work for this entity are educated educators who have a lot of the training and experience that I have, that a lot of the educators have, and I don't honestly know if they would look favorably upon a sort of quasi-censoring of teachers, no matter where they are on the political spectrum. There are two documented problems that we have spoken about in our district, and I think we all agree that these are evident. We have unacceptably low test scores and achievement, and we have declining enrollment. So this proposed policy, as it stands now, would do nothing for those two documented problems. In fact, they may adversely impact those two problems. How do I know this? Well, let's look at achievement for number one. I have had the privilege of attending some of the finest private and public universities throughout the country and in Europe as a student, and I've taught in some of them as well. And I know that some of the best classes I have had have been when I can connect with a teacher, when that teacher speaks to me. And if a teacher is afraid to speak, I really fear that that connection that makes a class so special is going to be thwarted. I also don't think, as I said, this would help declining enrollment. I don't think it's a particularly attractive or welcoming edict. And as Trustee Stewart had said before, we already have a policy that doesn't have these layers of complication that does address when people are going outside guidelines and are speaking in ways that are detrimental. I also want to say that I would like to continue to refine this. I don't see an urgency right now. School is not in session. I also understand that, Dr. Chernus, you had some administrative guidelines that you were considering that might blend this more carefully.
Well, I think that to Mr. Stewart's point, I think that an administrative regulation is warranted to speak to how this is followed, implemented, and whatnot. And so it's not atypical for us to develop ARs to clarify policy. And we could do it after the fact. We could approve the policy and do it after the fact, or we could bring it together.
Well, here are my asks as I finish up what I'm saying. I think we could either, just defer to the existing policy we have, which is something that Trustee Stewart had mentioned, or we have a co-authorship with a teacher or an administrator, because this very much affects their craft. As I have said, we don't want robots for teachers. We're not going to put our students on iReady all day and Khan Academy, because that's not what teachers, that's not why they go into the profession. Or we bring this back and we craft it alongside the administrative guidelines that Dr. Chernus was mentioning.
But Dr. Stern, did you come up with any, you and Mrs. Sabag took the responsibility on behalf of the board to review the policy together? And I'm not going to speak to any consensus, was there or wasn't there, but do you have any suggestions to this policy?
One of the biggest ones is that we must get rid of the ridiculously passé notion of those who have firsthand knowledge of others must go and report on others. Okay. I mean, please, guys, we are better than that, and we need to evolve. That is going backwards, and there's just no way to sugarcoat that. So that, to me, is sort of a non-starter. I cannot go forward with anything that says that, because there are, in any population of teachers, there may be some who have said some things that are not appropriate or whatever, and we can discipline or have some sort of consequence as needed. But I think we have seen from the letters we've gotten from the educators we've heard from, that is actually insulting to suggest that that some of these teachers of ours, some of whom have master's degrees, some of whom don't, but they've taught for 30 years, to suggest that they're suddenly suspect for the things they might say is really detrimental. And I know this as someone who has advanced degrees in education, someone who's been a student for a long time and who's worked in the district, and I feel
Okay.
very strongly.
So, thank you. I'm just trying to
Then we'll discuss.
go in a direct, I'm just trying to understand you. Do you want to speak first before I
Yes,
speak?
I would like to.
Okay, I can hold off.
So I have obviously a few things to say, but just to your point of advanced degrees in education, that's the point. We want our teachers that have advanced degrees in education to teach our students to not go off course. So accountability, how do we have accountability without eyewitness of the students and the staff? And it's only firsthand accountability. There's absolutely no way that somebody can say something and retaliate against another teacher because there are witnesses in the classroom. There's investigations. Nobody will do that. And besides that, this is already in Ed Code. It's already law. Anybody could have done it anyways. They don't need this policy to do that. So I'd like to read, since you and Mrs. Marcus also read, I would like to read a couple things. So obviously that I would make sure I get everything in, and then I'd like to also address a few things. Okay. So in regards to standards-based instructional environment, there's a lot of misconceptions I want to clear up. First of all, our mission as a district has always been clear: to provide every student with an academically rigorous, safe, and inspiring environment, one that prepares them not only for the next grade, but for life. The new standards-based instructional environment policy is a direct reflection of that mission and a powerful step forward to achieving it. For far too long, our classrooms have sometimes drifted from the core of what students come to school to do, to learn, to grow, and to master academic content with that will serve them for a lifetime. This policy restores and protects the focus. It ensures that when our students walk into a math class, they're learning math. When they walk into a science class, they're engaged in inquiry, experimentation, and analysis. When they sit down in English, they're not hearing opinion, they're learning how to read critically, write clerically, and think independently. That's how we build scholars. That's how we build a school system that doesn't just graduate students, but equips them to lead, to question, to innovate. This policy is not about restrictions. I want to make that clear. It's about clarity, integrity, and purpose. For our teachers, it provides a powerful framework that allows them to teach with confidence, knowing that their classrooms are protected learning spaces, not platforms for ideology, but centers of academic excellence. It frees them from outside pressures, giving them the space to focus fully on the curriculum they were trained to deliver. It promotes consistency across classrooms and campuses, which is essential as we strive for district-wide excellence. For our students, it offers something just as powerful, a guarantee that their time in school is sacred, that their learning will be guided by standards, supported by facts, and grounded in educational best practices. And make no mistake, policies like this are what will move us closer to the national blue ribbon recognition. To achieve that honor, we must demonstrate not just high achievement, but a culture of excellence rooted in equity, focus, and discipline. That means raising expectations. That means protecting instructional time. That means every student in every classroom has the opportunity to thrive because the focus is on academics, not on noise, not on distractions, not on division. The standards-based instructional environment policy is a win for our students, it's a win for our teachers, and it's a win for our community. Let's move forward with pride in our direction and with the shared understanding that academic excellence is not accidental, it is intentional. And with this policy, we are making that intention crystal clear. So I'd like to make some really important facts that with accountability, like I told you, how will we be accountable to what is happening in the classroom? Our principals need to go in the classroom, see what's going on. Our students need to be learning. So basically, this policy is not allowing any kind of, you don't divert into other subjects that are the unknown. You stay on the subject. So one teacher that is a science teacher that I highly appreciate, she said a few things that actually, it doesn't stop her from any of that. So limited scope of instruction, no. Does it inhabit learning growth? No. It's in the subject core. All she did was talk about science. You talk about science. You teach science. You do whatever you have to do with science. So in the core of the subject, if it's about health, and in health, you talk about gender, you talk about, stay with the core of the subject. You are allowed to teach according to the subject. That's all it is. So all the misconceptions of misunderstanding, for instance, what if they're on the playground and one child picks on another child and calls him a slur, that has nothing to do with this policy. That's on the playground. That's not in the instructional classroom. And by the way, the instructional classroom is not a First Amendment right. The instructional classroom, the teachers are representatives of the district. And when they're representative of the districts, they need to teach according to the standards. And we are redirecting them to teach according to the standards. Without this policy, this is all in place. It's already in place. So with everything that is written in this policy, anybody can go complain. Actually, this policy protects the teachers, because with this policy in place, the parents or anybody complaining, they can't complain because the teachers are not doing what they have complained about in the past. They can't do it because they're not supposed to be talking about outside their subject core. So, for instance, let me go over, I wrote down topics. One teacher said topics on gender diversity. Are you going to talk about that in math? I don't think you should. That's a waste of class time. Are you going to talk about it in health? Are you supposed to? Yes. Then you do. What else? She spoke about genetically modified science, Prop 37. Yes, of course you can talk about that and teach that. That is science. I'm trying to understand why it is misunderstood. It's just saying teach according to the curriculum and the core subjects. Students have questions. They should have questions on the subject. They shouldn't have questions about mommy and daddy getting divorced. We have counselors for that. We pay a lot of money for our counselors to take care of students that have issues. So let's not waste time for the other 25 students that are in that classroom because one child is having a very difficult time at home. We want to help that child. Of course we're going to help that child. But are we going to take away from instructional time? Look, we are really behind in our instructional time. We're going to be working on the National Blue Ribbon School, which is my whole platform. I'm working very closely with Dr. Seaman. And the only way we can get that is with a policy like this in place. We have to make sure that our teachers are teaching according to the core subjects and protect our teachers so that they can do what they're supposed to do. So that a parent doesn't say, hey, Mrs. Simpson, why didn't you talk to my child that is confused about whatever they're confused about? Why didn't you do that? She could say, I'm sorry, but my policy, according to the policy of that I'm a teacher, I need to teach according to my subject. So I feel for your child. We do have counselors. We are going to help your child. We're going to do everything in our power to help your child. But you need to understand I have other students in the classroom that need my time. If we waste time in the classroom, we will never get to the Blue Ribbon School. It takes years to get to the National Blue Ribbon. We need to get back to basics. Everything that's in this policy was always there when we were growing up, and it's there in all the laws. I spoke to our counsel, our legal counsel. He said that it's already there. So I don't know what the confusion is.
So why do we need it if it's already there?
Because it's not being implemented. It is not being understood. And just for the teachers to come and speak about it is showing how much it's not understood. They don't understand that this is what you're supposed to do in the classroom.
But the fact that it elicited such anger and confusion
Wait,
and
can I
lots
stop
of
you,
emails.
ladies?
such
Because
anger. I wouldn't say
respectfully,
that.
you had your opportunity to meet and confer. So
yeah.
now this is a board opportunity to meet and confer.
So yes, so I'd like to also say, in the Q&A, I didn't see, I was ready to go. I did not see one question from Mrs. Marcus or Dr. or anybody, I'm sorry, anybody. So I didn't see any questions, so I'm assuming we're good. We did meet, okay, in a very short time that we had to meet, and we did go over several things, and you made up your mind before we met anyway, so either way. Now, I'm telling you, this is also a conflict of interest, and this is part of the reason that we need to, as Dr. Seaman would always say, we need to separate, okay? We need to separate the students and the teachers, and we need to understand what's going on. We are board members. Our number one concern is our students, the district. We are there for the teachers. The teachers have their union that is completely there for them, and we need to protect the students do not have their union. We need to make sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we need to have accountability. So there is absolutely nothing in this policy stopping a teacher from teaching. The only thing is that they do not go to a different subject while they're in their subject in their core class. That is it. It's not saying you can't do this in the subject that it's at. You can, obviously. So the Q&A was not asked, and then I answered a couple emails. We did not have a lot of pushback. I answered the ones that needed to be answered, and I think it was understood. It was a fabulous conversation. So I am happy to answer anybody who has questions. I think this protects the teachers, and that's something that needs to be understood. When you have boundaries, then that protects you, just like you have laws. Everybody wants to speed. Everybody wants, we all have it in us to do things that we're not supposed to do. So we have laws in place that does not allow us to do that. So if your child says, Mom, can you please go 100 miles an hour because I need to get to my softball game? Excuse me, that's against the law, so I cannot. Yeah, it'll help you get there, and now you're going to be 15 minutes late. But then the parent can say, this is the law, I can't do that. Now the teacher can tell a parent, this is the law, or this is the policy, I can't do that. And they don't want to do that. It wastes their time. So that's another thing I don't understand. Unless they do want to teach things that are outside the subject core, then that's a whole other issue.
Can I
turn first, and then we'll go,
Yeah,
as Mrs. Marcus says, we'll go around the horn.
You got it.
Okay, so I really and truly started my journey in learning about this matter and this policy with a clean slate and with no preconceived notions, which is why I did not volunteer to be on the subgroup which was asked to and which agreed to take the responsibility on by the rest of the board to collaborate together and come up with something that could address various needs and concerns, yet bring us an actual policy. And I will say that I am, Dr. Stern, respectfully disappointed because the answer of the board should sit down with third parties doesn't fly with me because we are the elected officials, we are here, and we've been asked by our community to be here and to make these hard decisions, and no degree that you have or don't have is serving us right now because you didn't actually put the time in to make any suggestions to the policy.
When it was told that she didn't want to take out
well, it doesn't
reporting
matter
matters,
because
that to me is a non-starter.
But it's
I understand,
firsthand.
But
You can't just...
ladies, you could have said, hey, board, that's hers, and this is one that I can get behind. And coming here and saying, hey, board, get with a third-party group instead, to me, is not moving us in the right direction. And if anything, it's polarizing, and it's unfortunate for our community to have to see that the meet and confer didn't really happen, the hard work didn't really happen, and now we're going to do the hard work here because it has to get done. That's number one. Hold on, please. Okay, number two, Mr. Stewart, I think I disagree with your suggestion of tying this into the next Supreme Court case that's coming up because that's come down, because that relates to religious beliefs, religious exemptions, and the opportunity to opt out. And my understanding, I haven't looked into it in depth, is that it also relates to LGBTQ education. Is that right?
Yes,
to an extent.
but just,
The books,
and I
okay.
want
Yes.
to let you keep speaking, but my greater point of that is that the only way to give a parent the ability to opt out of anything
Is to know the
is you would have to
curriculum.
pre-know what was going to be taught in
Yes.
the first place.
That's why, for two reasons.
Meaning that if you do not have a rule to say you must teach the curriculum, then
what's the curriculum?
what's the point of
Exactly.
even having a rule for that?
That's right. So that is exactly why this needs to come first, and then that will come second. number one, because we need to have a rule about there is curriculum, and then you have the opportunity to opt out of certain curriculum. The other concern that I have is that in discussing these matters, and that one pertaining more directly to the LGBTQ community, it will be perceived that the board has an issue with that community. And I don't think anybody on here does. And I think that, again, as to what you're saying about what Dr. Seaman says, let's separate these. Yes, let's please separate these, because that is a whole nother ballpark. And it could make some folks in our community feel, you know, disregarded. And I think that that's a separate conversation that could happen, because it could be interpreted that those are our beliefs as a board. And they're not. That is about implementing a new Supreme Court ruling. And I really don't want to begin this school year with any one of our communities, particularly a community that has been marginalized in the past, feeling that they're our focus. I don't think that they are.
Right. It has nothing
So
to do
let's please keep them separate. It's really important. Okay. I did the hard work on this. Mrs. Marcus and Dr. Stern, the only concrete line that you folks commented on is BHUSD strictly prohibits retaliation against any individual who, in good faith, reports a concern or participates in an investigation. I don't think that that speaks directly to a teacher versus a teacher matter. But based on what you're saying, your only concern about this entire policy is that one line, and I personally would be willing to amend it if it would mean that you two would vote for this policy.
That's not the only one.
So that's right. But it would have been good, it would have been ideal if you had taken the time and done the work and, as expected, proposed a policy that you would have been willing to stand behind. And I could have considered it. And you haven't done that.
What is the urgency?
It doesn't matter. The urgency
and how does
is
this
that
impact our problems with low achievement?
Okay, so now I'm going to get to that.
People leaving our district, because I know families who are leaving left and right.
So I truly started this educational journey for myself about this board policy with an absolute open mind. I did not have a desire one way or another. I started investigating the matter, and I realized that the real issue before us is, should this board affirm clear and uncontroverted California law and legal precedent which already provides that teachers are required to teach the state-adopted academic context standards for K through 12 under Education Code 60604-60618. In other words, and this is not a Judy thing, this is a California law thing, California teachers are already required by law to, first, follow a standards-based curriculum, and second, provide equal educational opportunities to all students as per A, California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, Article 9, Section 5, B, Title 9 of the Civil Rights Act, that's Title 6, and Title 9 federal law, which requires schools and teachers to provide equitable instruction free from discrimination. And furthermore, C, supported by the Williams Settlement of 2004, ensuring equal access to books, materials, etc. So we think that this is something that it's for us to really debate about, and it's not, because teachers, in accordance with California and federal law, cannot deviate from standards to promote a personal or political agenda. They cannot deny access to curriculum, and they must use instructional materials. They cannot use instructional materials which are not aligned with the state standards. That's what it is. It's not a Sigali, Judy, Mandy, Russell, Rochelle thing. Then I did more research. And it turns out that there are several legal precedents and statutes at both the California and federal levels which establish and reinforce what I just shared with you, that students have a right to equal access to education, and teachers and schools, i.e. the Board of Education, i.e. the school district, has a duty to maintain curricular neutrality. This includes California Education Code, Section 220 and Section 51500-51501, which prohibits instruction that discriminates or promotes bias based on race, religion, sex, etc. And the big word is mandates neutrality in teaching about controversial issues, ensuring factual, age-appropriate instruction. What I have just stated has nothing to do with me. It has to do with applicable California law. When I look at all of this, I realize the combination of state constitutional rulings, federal equal protection of the law, the California Education Code, and settlements like Williams is firm in establishing that, not outside parties, the students have a right to they have a constitutional and statutory right to equal standards-based education, and teachers and schools, us, must deliver that education in a content-neutral, non-discriminatory manner. These are the laws and rulings that are the legal backbone for enforcing curricular standards and equal access in California schools. Therefore, it goes back to my original statement that the real issue before us tonight is, should this board affirm clear and uncontroverted California law and legal precedent which already provides that teachers are required to teach the state-adopted academic content standards for grades K through 12 pursuant to Education Code 60604-60618. So that shows, and we have an obligation as the California School Board to implement state laws applicable to districts, including any curriculum or policy mandated by state statute. Now, we have to be careful, us as board members, when we're speaking to various staff, to ensure that we are not giving them misinformation. Number one, what I just provided you was objective and has nothing to do with us. Number two, we have to talk about this misunderstanding of the First Amendment. In Garcetti versus Ceballos, 2006, it was ruled by the federal government Supreme Court, public employees, including teachers, do not have a First Amendment protection for speech made as part of their duties because they are not speaking as private citizens. Therefore, a school, us, can regulate speech. When you bring this down to California, courts, including the Ninth Circuit, which covers California, have consistently applied Garcetti to K through 12 teachers, such as in Johnson versus Poway Unified in 2011, and that's a famous one. So this is the law. I understand that this might be frustrating or it might be scary, but the law is what the law is. Now let's talk about BHUSD. You described some of our academics as deplorable earlier today. We had many teachers who came here and spoke tonight, and I thank them for their care and their time on a daily basis, and I thank them for coming to this board and being brave enough to speak their truth. But the fact of the matter is, I've been on this board for 2.5 years. I have participated in 2 union negotiations. I have participated in 2 supplemental early retirement programs. I have heard from many teachers, and not one time has a union rep said the word academic, achievement, or accountability. Not one time has anybody on that side of the coin, as Mr. Stewart calls it, spoken to the fact that we are spending over $100 million a year on about 3,000 kids, $33,000 per student. So when a staff member pushes back on this, I wonder, why are they not saying, why would I want to teach to anything else other than the curriculum when obviously we have a curricular or lack of curricular issue? There really should be no time to talk about anything else. We can't even get the basics done for our students. Next, let's talk about...
Are we going to go around because you've spoken for quite a bit? I know Sigali wants to speak.
Nope, she's going to wait. This month, the National Education Association broke ties with the ADL on July 6th, barring the use of ADL materials such as anti-Semitism education, Holocaust resources, and so on. The ADL represents a lot of marginalized communities, and it is a huge, huge concern that the NEA did such a thing. Then, the CTA opposed California's AB 715, which is a proposed K-12 education law focused on preventing religious and nationality-based discrimination. And I wish that some of the members of our teacher community who spoke here eloquently tonight to speak their truth had commented on the NEA and the CTA. There was silence on both of those. To break with the ADL is to break with the ACLU. To break with the ADL is to break with the NAACP. And that has happened in America in the year 2025, and not one educator in Beverly Hills, California on July 16, 2025 mentioned it. This silence is at best grossly negligent. This silence is at best a dereliction of duty to protect your students, the children of this community. But either way, it is alarming. And we needed our teachers to stand with us tonight and to at least make mention of these important topics. So I am ringing the alarm on what is happening in the world. And this policy is couched in the law, and considering the disregard for what's happening on the national and state level with the teachers' unions, I really don't know how we can proceed without affirming a standards-based instruction environment free of political agendas that are grounded in educational integrity, this board's legal obligations, and respect for diverse student backgrounds. How do we do it? We do it by protecting student learning and academic outcomes, focusing on academic goals, maintaining classroom integrity and trust, upholding professional and legal boundaries, maintaining community confidence in our school system's neutrality, supporting equity and access so all students receive the same core content. Thank you. I'll go back to Mrs. Marcus now.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mrs. Manicherry. I appreciate your research and the work that you did. I am not in agreement. I'm not in disagreeing with the present policy, not disagreeing with the present policy and all the research you did. I don't feel that the present policy doesn't uphold the education code that as you read it, because in actuality, within the policy, there was a statement, teachers should not spend class time on any topic which they feel is not suitable for the class or related to the established course of study. That was in the original, so I don't know what we're
What
talking
page is
about.
that in, Mrs. Marcus?
That is in 6144.
Oh, she's talking about controversial issues.
You're talking about the other policy that,
Can I say something to
I'm
that?
talking about the two policies that were, I asked both Dr. Stern and Mrs. Sabab together to work out a total policy that we could affirm tonight. I was not given
Okay.
that policy. That's
Mrs.
why-
Marcus, Mrs. Sabag is asking, so we can do one thing, which is go around the horn, or we can pause, and Mrs. Sabag would like to address your reference to the controversial issues topic. Are you okay with pausing and giving her the opportunity to speak to that?
I would prefer that we go around the board.
Okay.
I will go around, but I just wanted to point out that in the present policy, and that there is statements in the, to ensure that, I mean, that at all sides, when a controversial issue arises, that there is impartiality. I know that the most important thing we can do is teach the content and the curriculum. There's no question about that in my mind.
So let's, Mrs. Marcus, I know you, and I know you do your homework, so I assume that you've reviewed this front to back a couple of times.
Right.
Okay. Are there any clauses in this policy that you would be willing to support?
Only if I could go over it at the same time with someone that wants to work on it.
Let's do it right now. I'm someone and I want to work on it and I don't want to delay it.
Well, let's go back around the horn right now and see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Stewart?
Defer my time to Mrs. Marcus to.
Trustee Stewart shares that he would be glad to defer his time to you so that we can go it line by line. Trustee Stern, do you have some comments?
I think I've made my comments. We are advised, since a lot of this is embedded in law, California code at present, I think that means that we can get rid of some of the punitive language, such as not only punitive, but that teachers are encouraged to report on others, because that to me was what I heard from many community members and from all different stakeholders.
Okay.
That strikes a chord.
Can I stop you there just so
Yeah,
I
okay.
can
So
draft
did
as
you
we're
find
going?
that? Did you find where it says encouraged to?
Sabag? Okay, so the clause pertaining to accountability, reporting, and support is on page 360 of our entire book and on page 2 of this policy. It reads, accountability, reporting, and support. And guys, please jump in and stop me. Any concerns related to perceived bias or inappropriate classroom content should be directed to the site administrator or superintendent's designee. Staff members with firsthand knowledge, that's the sentence. Okay, so let's imagine, for argument's sake, that we take that out. Okay. So then it reads, the district is committed to investigating all reports professionally and confidentially, consistent with its policies and applicable laws. I personally am fine with that line coming out.
Well, can I say something really quickly? If
Yeah.
because we did meet, and you've already made your decision before we met, so it was useless.
No.
Well, that's
I
what you
knew
said
I
to
wanted
me.
to get rid of that, and you didn't
And
seem
that would-
receptive to that. So I
Okay.
thought.
Are you okay with that?
No,
You
because I
kept
said
saying
to you.
firsthand knowledge, but that was, it still needed to go.
Okay, so let me ask you.
Okay.
If that goes, you will vote for the policy?
I need to read it in its
So
entirety.
that's the thing.
Okay, can I start from
Okay.
the top and read the policy, and let's work through it together?
I mean, also, ideally, Dr. Chernus, your guidelines about how this would be addressed would be important, because I guess what it is I'm trying to eliminate some of the fear that I am sensing from educators. I don't even know half of the people who spoke tonight, but I see that. Okay, I see fear, and You can't have good teaching if you are fearful.
I'll tell you, the vast majority of the teachers that I know have no concern about this. And I have 3 students at 3 different levels. Can we go through it line by line as a group?
Yeah, let's go through it, but just one comment is, if a teacher shouldn't have a problem with this. Well, there's a reason that they do, okay? Because I do know most of them.
Okay.
So,
Purpose. Mrs. Marcus, are you with us?
I'm still here.
Okay, let's do it. Starting from the top. Purpose. The Beverly Hills Unified School District, BHUSD, is committed to fostering an inclusive, respectful, and academically rigorous environment for every student. Is there any board member which agrees with the foregoing line? Okay. This policy clarifies expectations around political, ideological, and personal expression during instructional time. Let's talk about this line. Mrs. Marcus, what's on your mind?
Because if something comes up,
Yeah,
that needs to be
can
addressed.
we add the word non-curriculum based? So it says, this policy clarifies expectations around non-curriculum based political, ideological, and personal expression during instructional time?
Well, the problem is even non-curricular could be misleading, in my opinion. I think that there can be something that could be curricular and could be controversial, all within the topic of, let's say you're teaching a book in English and you're talking about a subject that could have something in it that they're going to discuss.
Yeah, but that's fine, Mrs. Marcus.
They can, Mrs. Marcus.
This is not a prohibition
it-
on the material at hand.
But it needs to be expressly stated.
if it's in the books, it's
So
in the
how-
curriculum, they
how
can
we-
discuss it.
How can we address your concern?
Well, I'm just saying that, for example, let's say a subject comes up that is an adjunct to it, an adjunct. And now you're limiting the teacher from getting into maybe a brief discussion on it or something that.
Okay, so what about we say, this policy clarifies expectations around political, ideological, and personal expression during instructional time and associated matters? Like what?
No, so I'd like to explain something. So Mrs. Marcus, I just want to explain a little bit more about that. So basically, for instance, if you have something that you're teaching in a classroom, and let's say politics come up because let's say it's history, you're talking about politics. Absolutely, it's in the curriculum and you're talking about it. It needs to be also neutral and fact-based, right? Like it's always been since you've been a teacher. Okay, but let's say you have a different classroom. Let's say math, and there's a question about politics. There's no issue with that. It's in the curriculum. It's there. As long as the teacher doesn't say, well, I don't agree with this, and my opinion is such and such, that's the issue at hand. But as long as the teacher is neutral, fact-based, teaching according to the subject, to the core, moving the students along of understanding and comprehending what they are learning, we're good. That's all this is about. But would you like a teacher or any teacher to go off course and give their opinions, their political views?
No, not to go off opinion.
Okay, so that's what this policy is about. There's nothing in here that says you cannot teach this because we just don't want you to teach this.
But
there's nothing in there that says that.
It says avoid discussing sensitive topics. Okay, but that's
off the subject, yes.
So it's very
Okay.
vague, so.
If we're going to get somewhere together, we have to go line by line. And save that, please. Okay? So far, the first 2 lines, we're good to go. Right?
I
Mr.
say
Stewart?
that with the caveat that I want to ultimately look at everything together.
Of
so.
course. But as we're reviewing it together and trying to build something that we can all get behind and that is sending a comfortable message to all corners of our community, so far we're okay. Maybe.
Possibly.
Okay. The goal is to preserve a standards-based instructional environment where all students feel safe to explore ideas, engage critically, and form their own perspectives free from undue influence. Are we okay there?
Yeah, and I'd like to stop on that point. So, meaning the students are allowed to give their opinion, to think critically.
Well, hold on. Don't I
Well, I
would
just
say
wanna
if
explain
nobody
it.
has a concern, don't go into it. Mrs. Marcus, Are we okay on this next line?
Yeah, I have no problem with
Okay,
that.
so I'm hearing no response from anyone on that. Okay, now we're going to the policy statement. All BHUSD classrooms shall uphold the principles of a standard-based instructional environment during instructional time. Discussions of political, religious, or socially sensitive topics must be directly relevant to the curriculum, particularly in courses like history, civics, government, geography, or economics, and presented factually, objectively, and without partisan bias. And by the way, the sword cuts both ways on the partisanship.
100%.
So does anybody have any particular concern on the foregoing line?
The only thing that I'm concerned about is we're putting blinders on the kids' ability or in presentation to visualize the whole magnitude of a subject. I don't want blinders on it that directly limits them to be able to think outside the box.
So I agree
Okay.
with you. Can I answer her?
Yeah.
So whenever there's a question, let's try to go through
Okay.
it. So I agree with you 1,000,000%. There's no blinders. The students are allowed to think critically. They need to discuss it. They need to debate it. The teacher should not give their opinion. So would you consider a teacher giving their point of view as opening the blinders, or would you consider the student giving their point of view as not having the blinder? So I just want to understand.
Teacher has the right to direct the kids to think outside the box.
100%. 100%. But does the teacher have the right to say, I disagree with
No, I
that, I
agree.
think
No,
this
no,
is better?
We're not arguing about that
Okay.
at all.
So,
That's
but
where we're
Mrs.
at.
Marcus, let me break down the portions of this. This is kind of divided into 3 clauses.
Right.
Do you want to revise it? Like, for example, would you say, Judy, I would vote on this and I would vote for this if one word directly was taken out of it?
Well, I'd have to see what word that is because I don't know.
The word directly.
Oh, the word directly?
Yeah, so for
I'll
example.
read it without.
Okay. I'm taking out the word directly, which is currently immediately in front of the word relevant. So now it would read, discussions of political, religious, or socially sensitive topics must be relevant to the curriculum.
It's the same thing.
So it's kind of the same thing, but it's a little bit more elastic.
That's what I want. I want these kids
Okay.
to be able to think. And I
Mrs.
don't.
Sabag, can you live with the word directly coming out?
Yes, I think it's the same thing.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to do with the students, Mrs. Marcus. It has to make sure that the topics
Yeah.
are relevant to the
Okay.
curriculum. So
So
that's not
s-
the students' job.
So far, Miss
But
Austin,
socially sensitive is troublesome for me, because what might be socially sensitive in the policy statement, are
yeah,
we there?
it's there.
Okay, so can we discuss that?
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
what
so-
might be sensitive to one.
No, let's back up. You can discuss socially sensitive issues.
Discussions of political.
Yeah.
Relevant
Must
to
Must be
the
relevant.
subject.
So
okay.
It's not saying you
I agree.
cannot, it's
Yeah.
saying you can. I also wanted,
So
can we
it's
stop
saying
just for a
if
second?
there's a
so I can-
connection.
I'll talk later about that then.
It's saying if there's a connection, so long as it's presented factually, objectively, and without partisan bias.
Exactly.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that because, again, just when we get to the point where we say, others are encouraged to, with firsthand
We're not
knowledge.
there yet.
Right, I know, but I'm saying, I'm accepting of this as long as that is either
So you accept
destroyed or.
everything else?
Dr. Stern, until you vote aye,
Yeah.
nobody is making any assumptions about it.
Okay, but
You
I'm just
gotta
saying we
get
must.
comfortable with the whole thing.
We must get, yes, thank you for that. We must get to that portion that talks about that because, it is still vague but acceptable when you're saying discussions of blah, 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 as long as it's relevant. And so what I don't want is if that does end up being vague, I don't want someone,
Tell me what is vague?
She's just saying that there needs to be a consistency with another clause.
Yes.
And we'll come back around
They're
for that.
connected, I guess
got
is
you.
what I'm saying.
Okay, so far, through the phrase "without partisan bias," we've taken out the one word directly. Okay, next. Educators are encouraged to guide thoughtful, balanced discussions that reflect a variety of viewpoints and promote analytical thinking, not ideological alignment. So that means a teacher can say, well, have you considered this?
Yes, you can talk on both sides of the spectrum. For instance, you know, what do the students think?
Yeah.
This, you know.
Okay.
Right, you can present both sides.
Exactly,
and then
but don't
it's a balanced.
exactly. You want it to be balanced.
Don't just veer on one side to ideologically. I understand.
You
I
got
respect
it.
that. and
I
know
think, in
that's true.
fact, this is great for the educators because it says to promote an alternative viewpoint.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so am I hearing no discussion on this sentence?
So far you've only changed one thing.
So far, we've taken out the word directly. That's number one. Okay, use of political or ideological content in other subjects. In all other academic areas, including but not limited to mathematics, so we're just talking academics here. Mathematics, English, science, physical education, world languages, the arts, and technical electives, teachers must refrain from introducing political, ideological, or personal commentary unrelated to approved instructional goals. So this is kind of like a standards-based for the non-academics.
Yes, so this is basically saying that you don't speak about anything other than the core subject itself. You don't need to, you don't need to introduce political, ideological, or personal, commentary in the other subjects because it's not relevant to the core instruction.
Can I say one thing about this one?
Yes.
I think that any commentary could be considered personal commentary. And to me, this is a little too broad. And
yeah, I was thinking the same
it would
thing.
make
Well,
me
I would agree to the extent that, I know I have so many years of experience. Let's say there is a teacher that, has nothing to do with politics or anything, has a bad day and just wants to discuss with the students what happened to them throughout the day. I think, again, to get to the National Blue Ribbon School, maybe 1 or 3 students are very interested to hear what that teacher went through the day. But again, we're getting away from instructional time. We need to focus. Maybe the teacher can speak about that with the focus of the instructional time and give examples, that's fine, but not to sit there and give a commentary of her whole life story.
Okay, well,
When has that happened? I'm not
Mrs.
aware
Marcus,
of that.
do you have a
It does.
specific suggestion for this one?
Mary, can I say something, please?
Yes.
Okay, we just agreed to the political statement previously, in which we talk about the fact that political topics went into whatever they are and in history and civics. And I think that in all subjects, we really should consider. I don't know why we are separating out
Yeah.
some of these subjects. I see this whole paragraph is not important at all.
Well, it has to be
I
relevant.
don't think that, in
So-
my opinion, that
Okay,
this
I'm hearing you. So, Mrs. Sabag, our question to you is, does the policy statement can't we just apply that to all classes? Why do we
That's
need
my
the
personal
third
opinion.
paragraph? Is there,
Just to
There's
make it
overlap.
clear, because the whole policy itself is very short and summarized. So to make it clear, it is like basically step by step. So when you do have the core subjects that do align with political, social sensitive topics, you want to make sure that it's fact-based. So it's basically saying factual, objectable, and without partisan bias. That will not relate to other classes.
But
Other
Sabal-
classes are
Sorry.
like math, science, English. You don't want them to speak about, anything that has nothing to do with the class. So you want to separate that. You don't want to put it together because it'll start confusion.
but Mrs. Marcus, I have a question for you. If it was the purpose clause and the policy statement, could you get behind those two together so that
I do not like the political content in non-applicable subjects. As far as I'm concerned, if this is going to apply, it applies to everything. So I would get
So let's
behind
just
it,
apply it.
not
I
with
agree
the
with
third
that.
paragraph.
Okay, I'm not
So
understanding.
then, for example, Mrs. Marcus, correct me if I'm wrong, just the policy statement section would read, all BHUSD classrooms shall uphold the principles of a standard-based instructional environment during instructional time.
No, the two are not the same. They're not the same because I'll tell you why. When you can discuss politics in geography and history class, you
But
should
that's-
not be discussing it in a different
I
classroom.
know, but we have the relevant to the curriculum.
Right, if it's
So then
relevant.
if it's relevant, so
If you think it's understandable and clear,
I think it's
I-
understandable.
I think it causes a lot of gray issues because
Well, Sagali,
if you want to put it all together.
I already thought that. My original thinking is we've already applied it to all the classes. Why are we singling out any other classes, which it would still be the same for them as well?
Yeah, then
Because we're saying if it's not
I think,
applicable.
Mrs. Marcus, if we do your suggestion and we only have the policy statement, then we would take out the clause particularly in courses like, and so that it applies uniformly.
That's absolutely.
Okay, let's just play with that idea, guys, for a second. So then what we're doing so far, pending everybody's final review and approval, we're keeping purpose section. In the policy statement, we are deleting the one word directly, and we're deleting the clause about particularly in courses like, so that therefore the policy applies to.
Where are you in particular in courses like? Where are you?
It's in the middle of the policy statement. So it would be.
Is that under the political content?
No, it just would, so this is how it would read if it was your way with Mrs. Marcus. All BHUSD classrooms shall uphold the principles of a standard-based instructional environment during instructional time. Discussions of political, religious, or socially sensitive topics must be relevant to the curriculum and presented factually, objectively, and without partisan bias. Educators are encouraged to guide thoughtful, balanced discussions that reflect a variety of viewpoints and promote analytical thinking, not ideological alignment. I think it's good.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. It's just-
Okay, so then, based on this current model, we're temporarily, Mrs. Sabag, deleting the third chunk,
Which is the use of.
which is relating to the other subjects.
I don't like
Yes.
that.
Yeah, okay, Mrs. Marcus. Then we're jumping to the page 2. Professional expectations for staff. All BHUSD staff, teachers, aides, and instructional personnel are expected to, do we want to take out the specific categories?
You mean
You want it to be, it's more instructional. Okay, I can live with that. Refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures, or ideological causes.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
They should.
So far, are we good with
Now,
that?
Just to be clear, if it's a club, let's say it's.
Clubs are-
Right?
clubs
Okay,
are
so
student-led.
Someone is leading, right,
Yeah.
then we're not going, no one's
Yeah.
going to get in trouble for having.
No,
some
those are totally
sensitive
separate.
discussion.
Yeah, those are
who the kids
students.
are.
Right.
Those are students having discussions between themselves.
Okay. Avoid displaying partisan materials that are not curriculum aligned, not engaged in political
Can
or.
I
Yep.
stop?
Yeah.
That's difficult, though, because what defines a partisan material, other than the obvious, which is like, a flag of someplace? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You can't have an
Judy,
Israeli flag, you
Judy,
can't have a.
Yes.
Judy, can
I
you
don't
read
know.
those four? Judy, there's
Yes, ma'am.
something about, I have in my paper, promote or oppose any political party candidate, ideology, or issue. Display, I don't want it to be a negative in front of, because it says it shall not use their instructional role, blah, blah, to just promote and everything. That's
actually
okay? No negatives in front of those 4 bullets.
Okay, hold on, because I'm not sure about which line you're referring to. So,
No,
okay,
that's what
I'll
I'm
start at the
concerned.
top. All BHUSD staff, teachers, aides, and instructional, personnel are expected to, 1, refrain from promoting or opposing political
I don't
parties.
have that, I have a different one in front of me. I don't know
Okay.
which one you're reading
Oh,
from. What I'm reading, did you change it? Because I'm reading from the one that I had originally.
Okay, did you change it, Mrs. Sabag?
From the very first?
Okay, so Mrs. Marcus, the one that we have has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullet points. How many
I do
bullet
not have-
points do you have?
I have only 4.
Okay, so let me,
She looking online?
do you want, I can review the one that I have in front of me for your consideration. Okay?
Why don't I'll read you what I have.
Okay, you read me what you have.
Teachers and staff shall not use their instructional role, classroom environment, or position of authority to promote or oppose any political party, candidate, ideology, or issue.
Okay, so let me stop you there.
Display, that's number 1.
Okay, so let me stop you right there, Mrs. Marcus. Our number 1 reads similar, but not quite. It says, refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures, or ideological causes. So it's not that they can't teach it, it's that they've got to be neutral. Am I understanding?
Yeah, well, it says that they cannot use their position of authority to promote, right?
So that, yes,
Okay.
that's the law, actually. That's in Ed Code.
Okay.
And then the next one is display partisan materials unrelated to the curriculum.
That's
That's
where I
the
have a
next one.
question. What defines,
Yes, avoid displaying partisan materials that are not curriculum aligned. So let's say they're not talking about their own personal opinions, but they post something on the wall that is obviously their opinion. So that's also part of Ed Code. That's
right,
the law.
But what is a partisan material exactly? So for
So
example.
it means you're only on one side rather than the other. It doesn't matter which side. That's partisan, right?
Well, okay, let me ask you a question. How about if you put, you're a social studies teacher and you put up pictures of
Right,
past
so.
presidents?
Exactly, you can do that, but you're putting presidents, you're putting everybody, so you're neutral. You're not just putting one person or one side of anything, and it could be either side, doesn't matter. Like, you're not giving, this is actually the law, this is an Ed Code. I didn't make this up.
Do you know which Ed Code?
Yeah, I can give it to you.
You want, okay.
I wasn't arguing about that one. I'm not arguing about that one. I'm
Okay.
not a-
But is it
Which one?
In terms of, we might just want to define, like with flags, what would be considered something that they must avoid displaying? So if someone is from another country and they want to put a flag just because they're from Greece or they're from Israel, they're from Iran, can they not do that?
If a teacher is coming from another country to put their flag in the classroom that they're teaching mathematics or science or English, I would say that's inappropriate.
Okay, so what if the social studies teacher,
That's different. If they're
the social
teaching
studies teacher has 12
geography,
flags up.
yeah, that's fine. Then be neutral, put all the flags.
well, there must be 1,000 flags in this
Well, then
world.
put the flag you're discussing.
What if they're just, they have some pride because they're from Greece and they want the Greek flag up there? And
I think that might be inappropriate because some people are offended of certain flags, and I've heard that also, coming from the country I come from. So I'm okay with not putting that flag. And maybe there's a language, like let's say Spain, and you're teaching Spanish, yeah, that's appropriate to put the flag up.
So we're saying partisan materials are all flags? I mean,
No, you brought up flags. Partisan materials are partisan materials, meaning just your opinion, your partisan values, putting them up, displaying them. You need to be neutral. You should put both parts.
How about we add another layer to it so it's harder to do this, meaning teachers could be more comfortable. Avoid displaying partisan materials that are not curriculum aligned and demonstrate bias? Or is it enough that as partisan?
I think it's perfect the way it is. This is actually, it is an Ed Code.
This is the Ed Code. I know, I saw it somewhere too where I was researching.
I didn't think it was even a question.
Okay, I'll put a little star by it and we can come back to it if anybody
Again, I
has a
just don't want
proposed
a
revision.
teacher to come in and find a discipline
next
referral
one is-
because
Yes.
they happen to have a flag of their native country.
I think we are very, very good about disciplines. I think up to now, we haven't, we've been really good with our teachers. So I don't think that would happen. I think maybe a warning or maybe understanding. And I don't think that, I think it's very clear.
Okay, let's TBD that one. I started. Okay. Next, Mrs. Marcus, we have not engage in political or ideological advocacy
I
during
would just like
instruction.
engage in political campaigning or advocacy with students.
Okay. Okay, what we have is similar to what you have. It looks like you have the word campaigning, but we don't, so it's more concise. We have not engage in political or ideological advocacy during instructional time. I think we're all okay with that.
Can you ask her to go online? Is she on her computer?
If you want, you can also go on your computer and look at it.
I can't do both on my
She
computer.
can't do both because she's using it for Zoom. Okay, but I think we're all okay with this one. Avoid discussing sensitive topics such as religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or geopolitical conflicts unless directly connected to curriculum. Again, curriculum-based. Okay, respect and allow space.
Wait a minute, no.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, I think, I don't know who it was, but someone brought up the nature of kids, which is that sometimes they can and do say things that are unpredictable. We can't have teachers getting into trouble because someone, comes in from recess and let's say it's a younger student, they say, ha, 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 they're gay because they were holding hands, ha, ha. Okay, so that teacher can't just send those kids to the counselor because counselors are always in IEP.
I'm really glad you brought that up
Yeah,
because
this
I
is a good
have a
question,
personal thing that did happen with my child that was sent to the office for saying whatever he was saying. So I think that it goes both ways, and I think that if a student is saying something inappropriate, they should be sent and they should be
Why is that
taught.
inappropriate?
What I'm saying is that what you're saying that they shouldn't do that, okay?
I'm saying
there
that the
is
nature
a
of
gray line that
kids-
I agree with you.
Let me ask you a question.
I
There's a
agree
nature
with
of
you.
Kids that they come in and they say
But the
random
teachers-
things.
Are you saying that it's the teacher's role to bridge between the students that are having an issue? Like, for example, I say something, I'm a student, I say something derogatory, and then the teacher is wanting to address this?
It's very interesting.
By logistics, that is what tends to happen because in theory, yes, you send them to the principal, you send them to the vice principal, but that's not going to happen. They're busy. They're not on campus.
So it does happen. It's happening right now.
I work in schools, and they are not always available for that. We have to trust that teachers, especially homeroom teachers for the younger kids who are with the kids all day long for a multitude of subjects, that they are best poised to address some of these idiosyncrasies that kids have. And that's
So
why
I
we love
agree
our
with
kids.
you, and I think that's wonderful.
I don't want that teacher
but
to not be able to respond to that.
well, how are they going to respond? By their own opinion?
No, so hold on, how about we do it this way? How about we say, avoid discussing sensitive topics such as da-da-da-da unless directly connected to curriculum and or in order to mediate between students. Is that your purpose? Is that one kid says something to another kid? Like what, let's talk, I have a little one. So let's say my student says something that is hurtful or derogatory to another student. So are you wanting for the teacher to be able to address that?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. I love
Yes.
that because they're actually not doing that right now.
Yeah, we
this
want
is
the
saying
teachers
Okay,
to be the
I
mediators.
love that. So
Okay.
let's
That's what
let's
I'm
dig
saying.
down deep into that,
Yes.
Dr. Stern.
Unless
So,
directly connected to
kids will be
curriculum.
kids. Kids will be kids, and they will say amazing things, even to their friends. So, according to what you just said, a child should not be sent to the office for talking to another child in a not appropriate way, right?
Okay, I'm
the
not
teacher
even saying not
should.
appropriate. I'm saying I know how kids operate. It's not inappropriate. It's just what they might say. An 8-year-old might say. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
In a
So it's
learning,
appropriate or it's not appropriate?
learning moment.
Okay, go ahead.
They say whatever they say. So the teacher should be neutral. She should discuss it with the two students, and she should go back to class. I agree with that. Why send the
Right.
student out to the office or to the principal's office because a child just said something, just a word, correct?
So how
Correct?
about?
Well, they may
They
say
can
a
handle
number of
that.
things.
They
Yeah.
can handle that. But don't give your own opinion. Don't say what you said was bad and what you said was good.
Okay, but then why don't we
this
say
says
that?
you can't
This just
discuss
says
it at all unless it's directly.
So why don't we
Yeah.
They're
start
not
with
discussing
saying,
it. They're not discussing
so
it.
outside of mediating student disputes,
Right, aside
Yes,
from mediating.
That's what I'm saying.
Teachers should.
Unless directly connect, yes, okay.
Well,
okay.
they're still not
So
discussing
that's
it.
good, though. Aside from mediating disputes or acting in a supportive, comforting capacity, right? 'Cause
But
we've all
not
done
to
that.
give their own opinions.
No, but that's not,
No,
it's,
that's
it's
not
not
what we're
here,
saying.
it's, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
So if we're putting that, that means that a teacher cannot send a child to the office just because.
It gives them the room to be teachers who help their students through teachable moments.
Thank you.
I
Yes.
agree with that.
Right. We are understanding that that is part of their training.
For
I mean,
sure.
They
take
should do
psychology
that. They
classes. Yeah.
shouldn't just
Sure.
brush the child
Yeah.
away.
Hey, that was not so nice, what's going on here?
Exactly. But not to give opinions of.
That, but that's not what this is at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Okay. Respect and allow space for respectful, policy-compliant student expression. I'm happy for student expression.
Tell me, what did you change on the one before?
The one before, I'm not 100% on the language, but in general, it is excluding, circumstances in which a staff member is mediating student
Oh,
disputes.
just add
Yeah,
excluding,
yeah.
okay, that's fine.
It's an exception.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're good with the respectful expression. Align,
Wait. Policy compliant. Excuse me, but how are you going to explain policy compliant?
yeah. I can live with taking that out, Mrs. Marcus.
I
so
do
that-
not like that statement at all.
Okay, how about respect and allow space for respectful student expression?
Okay.
Okay?
But is she going to vote for it, or we just?
By the way, I
think
need to
we're-
say that
Let's try to get there.
this policy is different
It's
than
good.
the one that I
I
originally
know.
saw 2
I
weeks
know,
ago.
Mrs. Marcus, I'm sorry to hear that. And
And I'm upset because when we voted it down and I was.
Mrs. Marcus, Chrissy is
changed.
advising that she's sharing her screen
No,
with
I
you.
know, now I see why. Now I see why.
Yes,
You remember-
Mrs. Marcus, I'm sorry that you have the wrong
It
one.
might be
It was
that-
never changed.
It
I don't
wasn't
know what that is.
I don't know,
Well,
but we
how
can
is
work
it
through
that I
it
have a
together.
copy- Excuse me, Mr. Bach, I have
Yes.
a copy in front of me. Please understand that I am reading exactly from a copy that you presented to us 3 weeks ago.
Chrissy, is it changed no, it's not changed, Mrs. Marcus. I changed it before I even gave it to the board.
right.
So I don't know how you got that. I don't know what you have. I'm sorry.
I
But
have
Chrissy
some
is sharing her
drafted
screen.
language. I have.
Do you see the screen?
Yeah, I think the issue is that she took notes on what seems to be a different version.
She's
But we're
saying that
okay.
it's what's submitted. I
Okay,
don't know.
so for the
not.
respect line, we are taking out the comma and the phrase policy compliant. So respect and allow space for respectful student expression. Okay. Align, now the next bullet point.
Sorry, respectful and developmentally appropriate. In other words, let's understand that there are certain things that perhaps would be a red flag if a 14-year-old said it, but not if a
Versus a
7-year-old.
6-year-old.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so a developmentally appropriate or age.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus, are you okay with that? So that
Respectful, appropriate.
it would read something like, respect and allow space for respectful age. Well, we don't want to say to the student, your thing is not
Appropriate.
age
I thought I
appropriate.
heard.
Yeah, then
We
you
can
should
add it
said
in somewhere else,
appropriate.
but
Helping the student,
I
maybe
get your
they're-
ethos.
Maybe they're a little immature.
But it's not here.
No, I'm saying, okay.
You don't want to stop a child.
Yeah,
just
I mean, it could come into the next line. So the next one is align all instructional and classroom content with state standards and board-approved educational materials.
I
So
really
that's
don't know
good
why
because
that's
it gives
there.
the state standards and other stuff that Dr. Seaman might put on their plate.
Well, I don't know why that would be in the policy. It's assumed that we're providing them with the instructional and classroom content with state standards and board-approved materials.
Right,
If
but
I-
we can't assume. We have to make sure that it's clear.
Well,
It's,
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with it. It's just saying align
Well,
all instructional and classroom content with state standards and board-approved educational materials, which we're doing.
Well,
does this
I-
line, is there something about it that concerns you that's inconsistent with where we've gotten to this point?
I'm just saying that at this point, we're talking about stuff that has basically not the classroom content that give them. That's a given, we're giving it to them, that it's a
Well,
line.
I hear you on it's a given, but I think this one is actually the crux of the whole thing.
I don't agree with it, but I do not like that it has to be there, telling our teachers and our professionals that they have to, we know they have to use them.
Well, isn't this
all the policies
haven't we
know.
been discussing how 3 third grade classes might be, for example, teaching 3 different books, and we want all of our third graders among our 2 schools to have equal access to the same content?
Well, it's given. I mean, I personally, when I'm given the book to teach a class in math, I know that every other teacher's using the same book and the same materials and the same curriculum and the same units.
I mean,
so can I ask you, Mrs. Marcus, if it's a given, why is there an issue of putting it in? It's if it's a given.
I just don't think it's necessary. For me, it wouldn't be necessary, that's all.
For you, I understand, but maybe somebody's that's on the job now needs this line.
Not only that, everything is a given because it's up to Ed Code, but that's why it's important to just be clear.
Okay, marinate on this one, Mrs. Marcus, but to me, I'm thinking since it's a given, then it's okay to add it. To keep it. I mean, to include it.
I just think that all instruction, all classroom and content will follow state standards and board-approved educational stuff.
So that means that you wholeheartedly believe in a standards-based educational curriculum?
Oh, of course I do, but I have a lot more latitude for it. That's the only thing.
Okay, I'm gonna put a little star next to this one too and an RM, and I'll notate that you're marinating on it. Okay, next section, accountability, reporting, and support. We already reviewed this as a group, and the one line, we unofficially agreed that the one line regarding staff members, reporting staff members comes out. So now it will read, any concerns related to perceived bias or inappropriate classroom content. I think we should add pursuant to this policy. So it's not a can of worms that we haven't anticipated. Should be directed to the site administrator or superintendent's designee. The district is committed to investigating all reports professionally and confidentially, consistent with its policies and applicable laws.
So we've gotten rid of staff members with firsthand knowledge of potential violations
Yes.
are encouraged to
Well,
report.
yes, okay, so I have no problem with that, but are you going to vote for this policy? Otherwise, why change it?
I'm not going to agree to anything until
Okay,
I get,
so
I'm
you see,
satisfied with the
we're-
whole.
I don't want to
I know,
change things if
but
she's not going to agree
we're
with it.
all negotiating and discussing in good faith.
Yes, in good faith,
Yeah.
in good faith.
We're all negotiating in good faith that maybe we can get somewhere that it's more
Mutually-
narrowly tailored so that
We can feel comfortable.
every corner of our community can try to get comfortable with it. Okay. Then, disciplinary action may be taken if a staff member is found in violation of this policy following due process.
Pretty harsh.
That's what all the.
That's the
All the
enforcement
policies
portion.
need to be that way. They are that way. Oh. You don't get disciplinary actions if you are against a policy in the school district?
Yeah, I guess
I
if they are
mean-
found in violation.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, following due process.
Yes, following due
Okay.
process.
BHUSD strictly prohibits retaliation against any individual who, in good faith, reports a concern or participates in an investigation.
I do not like that.
So let's talk about that.
That one, it scares me to pieces.
It scares you that we would try to limit
No,
retaliation?
I just, the wording in it, retaliation, prohibits, participates in an investigation. I feel like I'm living in a state of anarchy almost.
But it's actually,
It's the opposite of anarchy.
it's actually the complete opposite. It's saying it's prohibiting retaliation.
Yeah.
It's protecting people. It's not.
I know, but
Okay.
to me, I didn't mean the word anarchy, but to me, it's,
Okay, how about
I find it very offensive.
BHUSD discourages retaliation against.
Discourage something that's not.
Retaliation? No, I'm sorry, retaliation is retaliation.
Mrs.
We do
Marcus,
not allow
let me ask you a
retaliation.
question. What if a student reports this, okay? This line is saying that that student should not be retaliated against. Do you disagree with that approach?
I think it sets into motion
Okay.
the fact that students
Okay.
will not report, number one, because they feel there will be a fear for, no matter whether you say it, they're gonna fear retaliation.
If
Parents-
somebody is doing something
also-
retaliating, there's an investigation to get to that. Nobody will admit it. So that means they're not allowed to retaliate. We don't allow that, so they need to understand there will be investigation, and if they're assumed that they did do something in retaliation, that's not okay. That's in every policy. You cannot retaliate in the district. You can't.
I can't accept that statement
Well,
at all.
okay,
What
let's
did
go
she
through.
say?
I'm being very honest.
What did she say?
I find it offensive.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. If a student, for example, reports an issue pertaining to this policy and is retaliated against, would you be good with that?
No, of course not. But the point of the matter is, it's not.
This
you
is
know,
not saying teachers.
I know, it's the student. It's whoever
saying
is.
anybody.
So let's talk about it,
It's
Mrs.
about
Marcus.
anybody, but let's say, okay, let's give you an example.
Give me
A
an
parent
example.
goes in and discusses with the superintendent, and the name is there, there's no question about it. And now the kid feels very different in class the next day when something comes up and the teacher has been reported or something like that. You think there's not gonna be a retaliation? There is gonna be. But if it's the parents that's going in, I just don't, you're
Right.
prohibiting it, you're never gonna stop it.
I will state that I can live without this line.
I cannot live with this line, period.
Okay.
Which line?
The retaliation line.
But you want people to retaliate? I don't
No.
understand.
She's saying that, she gave the hypothetical.
This has nothing to do with parents.
No.
We can't discipline
Then we
parents.
need to define
This has
the
to do with
individual.
anybody that works for,
Who's gonna
yes.
be doing the
This has,
reporting?
Okay.
Who's
this
gonna be
has,
doing?
Hold on, let's not talk over each other. Mrs. Marcus, let's flush through this one, okay? We have an individual who, and it's limited to individuals who, in good faith, report a concern or participate in an investigation. Is there language that you feel would
Think
more
about this.
appropriately handle this?
I just need to think about this one. I can't put my words together on it right now.
Mrs. Marcus, this protects the teacher.
It protects everyone.
It protects everybody in the district. So let's say there's any policies, in all our policies, by the way, I read almost all of our policies, I have a copy of them. So
You have
let's
no
say,
idea about
any of our,
retaliation.
sorry?
Let me say something.
What?
I have to tell you that retaliation can occur in very subtle, different ways.
And we don't want that.
Right, but maybe you're saying it
Know
would be
that,
hard to
but it
detect it,
happens
that
anyway.
someone.
They
So-
get away with it, and the child feels, it happens and you don't even know
Okay,
about
so is it better not to write it?
But that's going to be neither
This
here nor
protects,
there. If
yes.
a retaliation is happening and a child is not nuanced enough to understand it, then that's better for
I
that
don't
child
like-
to not know.
I'm
Because
just
this
saying, I don't like the wording of this particular.
But what don't you like? I really want to understand.
It offends me.
What offends you?
Okay, but
Tell
let's
me, please.
let's talk about it.
I'm
Okay.
very confused.
So
Let's
this
talk
is
about it.
saying that if somebody participates in an investigation, they can't be retaliated against.
Why don't we say something like, the district will take all measures to ensure that any individual, whether adult, teacher, and name those parties, because it's not clear who this is, who in good faith reports a concern, will be
this is
immune or protected from retaliatory tactics. I mean, we could say something a little.
Well,
better language.
That's
fine.
fine.
Okay, let me ask you.
Wait,
this is only one line we're talking about. BHUSD strictly prohibits retaliation against any individual who, in good faith, meaning they're not lying, reports a concern or participates in an investigation. So what did you say to change it? How?
Yeah, Dr. Stern, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I said
BHUSD.
BHUSD assures that all measures will be afforded to protect individuals who in good faith come forward, that they are protected from any retaliation should that occur.
It's the same thing, but okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
But again, are you completely okay with that?
I'm listening to it right now, yeah.
See, the BHUSD strictly.
It's the same, but.
Yeah, your
That's-
wording,
I mean,
I
it's-
agree.
Well, I think what is, it's not clear. I would love to say, if you could just.
How about just does not allow? BHUSD does not
Not-
allow retaliation against any individual who in good faith
Yeah.
reports a concern or participates in an investigation.
Yes, same thing. Same thing.
Strictly prohibits with does not allow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus,
Yeah.
is that gentle
Because then
enough?
it's not saying disciplinary action. It's just saying there is no tolerance, or there.
Yeah, it's just saying
The district will
BHUSD
not-
does not condone or does not allow,
And we'll take.
does not permit. Yeah, I know, but that's okay. BHUSD does not permit retaliation against any individual who, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, make sure it says following due process, because.
That's for the line above, for sure.
Right.
Didn't
But I mean,
touch
we want
it.
to make sure that if something is, I mean, another thing kids can do is they can be really kind of silly, and they could say, oh, well, I know about this new policy. Why don't we, say that so-and-so said something? I mean, I'm just telling you, the nature of kids, even normal kids, can do stuff
Absolutely.
like this. So should that happen, we don't want to ruin a teacher's life,
No,
There
we
has
don't
to be
wanna
due process
ruin
that really
our-
determines something happened.
That's right.
So
Okay.
I'd like to say something. Did you say a student could ruin a teacher's life?
No,
This says staff.
hold on.
Okay.
Let's not get distracted because I think we're in a good place. Then we're cross-referencing the two board policies
Yes,
that other board members have referenced
So,
tonight.
I'm sorry, what did we decide about this bottom paragraph where it says disciplinary action? How did we rewrite that?
Based on my understanding, it would read, disciplinary action may be taken if a staff member is found in violation of this policy, comma, following due process. BHUSD does not permit retaliation against any individual who, in good faith, reports a concern or participates in an
No,
investigation.
not in good. Any individual who reports a concern, period.
What?
Well, we want it to be in good faith, like to Dr. Stern's.
No, but I think participates in an investigation that's another thing that I don't like. I don't mind strictly with the, and so on, but.
Okay, so
report-
any individual
participates in an
that
investigation.
participates.
So.
Take out good faith.
You want me to take out good faith or participates?
Participate.
I think we need to include the standard of good faith, Mrs. Marcus.
No. All right, in good faith, reports a concern. I do not want or participates in an investigation.
So what if somebody else is brought in and asked to participate?
So Mrs. Marcus, are you saying that you're saying that once the concern has been reported, that is the only protection against retaliation, but then if the person is interviewed on the topic, which would be a part of an investigation,
report the
now they're
concern.
open to being
No.
retaliated against?
No, that if they report a concern in good faith, that's it. What? You're
Yes.
assuming that they're, this is something like an investigation. I mean,
Yes, but but Mrs. Marcus, when somebody follows up with a question, that can be considered the investigative process in the due process. So if you don't like the word investigation, but to remove the line to simply say that the retaliatory protections end at the report making without any type of follow-up that might be done by the administration,
Then there's no due process.
then there's no due process for the person who's making the actual report.
Well, personally, I was against this sentence all along, so I'm just trying to get my head around it, because I find it, as I said, I just don't enjoy this. This is offensive to me.
Well, let's
I'm
get back to
trying
the
I'm
offense.
trying to agree to it, and I just.
What about it is, what's the concern here?
Originally, I said prohibits and, retaliation.
We took it out and we said, Dr. Stern recommended, so now we have BHUSD does not permit retaliation against an individual who, in good faith, reports a concern or participates in an investigation.
Okay, or concerned in an investigation.
And Dr. Stern requires that due process be part of this, and I agree with her that it's essential.
No, I'm not taking out due process.
So that's why or participate in an investigation is relevant.
Okay, all right.
So,
Okay, so I'm going to review it one more time just because I want to just make sure we're all on the same page. BHUSD does not permit retaliation against any individual who, in good faith, reports a concern or participates in an investigation.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, then we're cross-referencing the professional standards and the controversial issues which you brought up.
But we said following due process.
That's staying, that's the top line.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We didn't touch the, just instead of strictly prohibits, we tentatively agreed it would be BHUSD does not permit. Okay, let's talk about the conclusion. The policy underscores BHUSD's commitment to a standards-based instructional environment.
Before you do that, can we go to the cross-reference? Because I have something to say about that.
Hold on, let's try to finish the policy. Okay, in which every student has the opportunity to learn free from bias, coercion, or undue influence. By maintaining a clear focus on instructional integrity, BHUSD advances its core mission of educational excellence, empowering students to think critically, engage respectfully, and reach their full potential in alignment with the district's core values of excellence, integrity, wellness, inclusion, safety, and community. Are we okay? Does anyone have any feedback on the conclusion paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, what's on your mind?
So this policy underscores BHUSD's commitment to a standards-based instructional environment in which every student has the opportunity to learn free from bias, coercion, or undue influence, as well as teachers who are encouraged to have robust and meaningful
Okay, notwithstanding.
dialogue.
It says free from.
Well, I think, you
I'm trying to
say the
say-
sentence and then I'll go ahead.
What did I say?
Robust.
Yeah, educators are encouraged to have meaningful, robust, and non-biased dialogue among students.
To
which
enable them to
will-
think critically and engage and reach their full potential.
Well, I am happy to add language to encourage the stuff we do love, so I don't mind that. Do you guys not think that by the rest of it, empowering students to think critically, engage respectfully, reach their full potential, it's
But I think since some of the objections a lot of us have had is the possible tamping down of teachers' ability to connect and
Okay.
so I was proposing educators are encouraged to have or to conduct meaningful, non-biased dialogue among students in order to foster educational objectives.
You know, one of the things that I think of that I got the
Yeah, I
complaints
said something like
is that students to think critically. I
We
think-
have that. We have that. Think critically.
No, I understand that. And I think that is one of the major issues that the people in their complaints
It's in
that
there.
I received, is that is a very important thing, that's what we do empower and encourage.
So that's what
Okay,
it says.
Let me read to you what I'm hearing based on this feedback.
Okay.
Okay, so this would be potentially the revised clause. This policy underscores BHUSD's commitment to a standards-based instructional environment in which every student has the opportunity to learn free from bias, coercion, or undue influence, comma, notwithstanding that educators are encouraged to have meaningful dialogue among students to foster educational objectives.
Yeah, I like that. It opens it up so it doesn't seem like we're muzzling
Yeah,
our
yeah.
educators.
Okay. Should I read it one more time?
Sure.
Well, what about the words empowering critical thinking, et
That's
cetera?
below, okay, I'll read the whole thing. You got it. So the conclusion would potentially read, this policy underscores BHUSD's commitment to a standards-based instructional environment in which every student has the opportunity to learn free from bias, coercion, or undue influence, notwithstanding that educators are encouraged to have meaningful dialogue among students to foster educational objectives.
Or excellence.
Well, that, if you're notwithstanding, that means they could use that? They could use it?
No, it's saying that
Think about it.
no, it's still, yeah, you have some, yeah, yeah. It just says that this still promotes conversation.
Right.
It says
but the
foster educational excellence, so it's couched in
bias,
that limitation.
coercion, and undue influence.
Yeah.
And then when you say notwithstanding after that.
We could say provided that, or.
It should be a different sentence.
Or we
Yeah.
could also make it two different clauses to the
Yes.
sentence. So another way it
Or
could read.
furthermore,
Yes.
educator, it
Okay.
doesn't have to be deleted. Furthermore,
Sure.
educators are encouraged.
Okay. This policy underscores BHUSD's commitment to a standards-based instructional environment in which every student has the opportunity to learn free from bias, coercion, it should be and/or undue influence, period. Educators are encouraged to have meaningful dialogue among students to foster educational objectives. By maintaining a clear focus on instructional integrity, BHUSD advances its core mission of educational excellence, empowering students to think critically, engage respectfully, and reach their full potential in alignment with the district's core values of excellence, integrity, wellness, inclusion, safety, and community.
So I just need that again.
Okay. Do you want,
So
so
who's going to rewrite this? Because
I can rewrite it or Chrissy can rewrite it?
We're gonna amend it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I appreciate the time we spent on this, but I do believe that the original motion was to make this the second reading, and I personally would like to have a little time to digest this completely, although when I'm bringing it back, but I do think we need to have a chance to have a second.
Mrs. Marcus, I would agree with you, but let me ask you, we already had a discussion before this. It was on the agenda, we had a discussion. We had questions and answers, and again, just like you told me several times, I take you and I give you a lot of respect. You have said to me, Mrs. Sabag, please write in the Q&A any questions you have before you ask in open session so that you are well aware of everything that's on the agenda, which I am always well aware, but just if I have any questions or answers. There was not one question from you. So this is difficult to keep coming back and forth with this. We already had a discussion. We're having another discussion for almost an hour and a half, and I appreciate it. But I really think that everybody has their mind made up already, honestly, because
No, I wouldn't be wasting my time if I was just going to say no.
Okay.
I'm interested in morphing this, but I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do agree with Ms. Marcus that it's prudent to look at the whole thing again once it's done in its entirety, and then go from there. I'm not interested in wasting anyone's time, trust me. So like if it is satisfactory, and we read it again after Chrissy has generated it.
Well, again, we had our questions and answer.
Yeah.
You and I, first you didn't want to meet, you couldn't meet, then you met, you barely had time. I put aside all the time that day because we made an agreement to meet. And we discussed it, and now we're discussing it again. I am willing to discuss it for 1,000,000 hours, but I am certain that we already have our minds made up. And I think that Mrs. Minacheri, she did a fantastic job, and I haven't even spoken to her about anything. I haven't spoken to Mr. Stewart about it at all either. And the only person I spoke to it was with you because we were delegated to do that. And I feel a little bit of frustration because this is only 2 pages. It's not like, we're talking about 10 pages, 5 pages. This is simple 2 pages.
One paragraph.
This is the second time we're reading it, so we had over 2 weeks to marinate it. We discussed it alone. We're discussing it now, and I don't care to take our time. But I honestly, because
I can read it one more time very slowly.
coming back again is not necessary for this. This
the
I
amount
spoke
of
to,
reaction we
but
got
I
from
wanted. We
community
didn't have that
members
much reaction,
necessitates-
honestly.
It's okay.
But
We're
either
going
way,
slow and steady.
But again,
board of it,
I
so-
spoke to our legal counsel. There is nothing in this policy that is
If Ms. Marcus
illegal
is saying she'd like to
or-
take some time, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Well,
Okay, but regardless,
Can I
we
say
go?
something? Can I please, Mrs. Manicherry?
Yes.
Respectfully, the policy that I had in my hand was not the same one, obviously, but Mrs. Sabag, when we spoke about the questions and answers, that was basically for consent calendar. Most of the time, when you come to the objects of the rest of that's where you get into discussion, and that's where you ask your questions and you get your answers. So on that particular subject, I'm not sure that you and I are on the same line, but that's beside the point. I feel that we waited this long, and we've come to some kind of an agreement.
Yes,
And
I'm
I
happy
don't
with
see
it.
that there's any rush to do it right now, because it's not taking effect right now.
Mrs.
So
Marcus.
And I'm being very honest, that's my personal feeling, and I'm allowed to express it. So from
But
that
I would love
standpoint-
to read it one more time,
That
slowly.
isn't right, Judy, excuse me, Mrs. Manicherry, someone can read it to me, but I do not have that in front of me at all. And I feel that at this point, I do not wish to vote on something that I cannot, in good conscience, look over on my own. That's just my feeling. If you remove the second reading, I will say yes.
If we remove the second reading, then we're voting on it now as a final policy.
The original, I said, that's why I cannot vote for it, because it includes the second reading. I will vote for it if it's only the first reading, which was on the agenda for this evening.
You don't vote if
But
you're.
I will tell you, Mrs. Marcus, didn't my alarm go off? It's Simone's bedtime. That was at 7:30, and we discussed this one other time a couple weeks ago. We have had an extensive review period since that time. I think that we are 5 unique and diverse board members who have properly vetted and modified this, softening language, deleting a full clause, and hopefully addressing everybody's stated concerns. I think for our community, it would probably be better if we read it one more time and we vote tonight so we can put it to bed and move on.
I disagree. I think looking at it in its entire gestalt, I don't plan to change anything. I'm legitimately on record saying I'm happy with a lot of the changes, and I appreciate your receptivity. I really do. However, I do want to read it in its entirety as I can see it, because that's the way I learn and that's the way I understand things. I'm very comfortable with the changes we made. I really feel like we softened a lot of things. But I really do, I mean, I don't want to ask anyone to type it all up right now, but ideally I'd like to just see it and read it. And
Well, can we get a printout, Chrissy, please, of the latest and greatest, if we give it 5 minutes? What's that? Yeah.
Yes.
But
I know, you're very visual, so I
well,
understand
yeah, I mean,
what you're saying.
I'm a good reader, and
Yeah.
so I need to see, but I don't know if that's really realistic. We still have some other things going on here on the agenda, right?
We have the blue ribbon school, that's
Yeah.
it.
It's not even
We have
a
another
long
hour.
policy.
Don't be like- another hour.
Did you share it with everybody? Thank you
Okay,
so
and
much.
Ms. Marcus, are you able to access that?
So Mrs. Marcus,
I have no access to it.
Colby is going to screen share with you at this moment in time. I'm going to open that document up because I want to confirm that all of our agreements are reflected in there.
And I'd like to say thank you, Mrs. Manicherry, for all the investigating that you did. You went further and beyond I ever thought any board member would do, and I really appreciate that.
You're welcome,
That's-
and my husband is very mad at you about it.
Took too much
Yeah.
time.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to cross-reference it with my.
Hold on, I'm trying to get onto my email to see.
But
Okay.
again, Amanda, if we go through this, you are open to it? Otherwise, we're wasting time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just.
I wouldn't have wasted my time.
I respect that.
Okay, I appreciate
Let's go slow and steady. Okay. Do you want to read it yourself and I'm not going to speak?
I'd like a moment. Just
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a bio break, guys. Mrs. Marcus, are you able to see the screen share?
Yeah, right now I'm reading it.
And are you able to scroll down on your own?
No.
Okay. Colby, can you scroll with her? And while I go to the ladies' room, feel free to sit at my desk and you can use my speaker.
Okay, wait, this yellow, is this just an added thing?
Okay. So
Yeah, I just wanted to.
I think that we decided not to add and associated matters.
Maybe she.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
was gonna delete it. Okay.
Yeah, so so that's the number one thing is and associated matters comes out.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I was going to ask about that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's out, Mrs. Marcus.
Wait, oh, you did it. You did it.
No,
now.
it's no, meaning.
Oh, you crossed it out.
We're gonna, we never inserted it. It was a
oh,
suggestion
okay.
that I made and I let it go.
The highlight.
Yeah. Chrissy, the highlight in yellow in purpose and, no, we determined that that's more confusing.
So we're getting rid of that.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to read it. because
Yeah,
I knew
yeah.
There would be things like that.
Absolutely agree.
Very good leader.
Thank you.
You really are.
And presented in a factual, objective, and nonpartisan bias. And presented in a factual, objective, and nonpartisan bias, Judy. Anybody listening?
Yes, which clause are you in? Purpose?
Second.
Which one?
Relevant to the discussion of political, religious, or socially sensitive topics must be relevant to the curriculum and presented in a factual, objective, and nonpartisan bias.
Okay, so Chrissy, in policy statement, after the word "and presented," Mrs. Marcus is recommending that it reads "and presented in a factual, objective, and non-partisan manner." Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, and presented in a factual, please take out the ly, objective, please take out the ly, and nonpartisan manner. Mrs. Marcus, do you think it should read and presented in a factual, objective?
And nonpartisan, and nonpartisan.
Well, then it would, if you want to do it that way, in a factual, objective, and nonpartisan manner. I think that's good.
That's what I said.
Okay, we're good. No, we're all reviewing it and taking a moment for ourselves, and we're.
Chrissy to give me a copy.
She's still. We corrected her on.
And then Amanda, I just wanted to say that if you just go to ChatGPT and just say, like seriously, just say.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus, do you
Yeah.
want Colby to scroll down?
I'm on the purpose, well, the power.
Colby,
Yes, please, scroll down one.
Can you scroll down, please?
Are they the same? It'll tell you. No. Yeah, because she's making a point that it's the same.
Okay.
Oh, that's gone too far.
No, because the next clause is deleted, so it's got to get, Chrissy, can you please?
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
pull up professional. There we go. Thank you.
You want me to give you examples? I can't. I can tell you. This was fine.
Okay.
She said it was fine. She can do all that. I actually
Okay.
really like her. My son had her.
Chrissy, can you do me a favor? I'm going to read you the notes that I took. Can you compare them against what you have?
She said she could do it. This policy
Yes.
does not take that away from her. She was
Yeah.
talking about science. She was talking. I even wrote notes. I know. I just think the whole sooner the change that I felt. Great. She was talking about the genetically modified. You can do it. Well, I mean, that's just it. So obviously there were things that need to be.
No, why are you sorry? Thank you. Yeah. We're good.
I have a problem, I know I don't know how to put this, but you have avoid displaying partisan materials that are not curriculum aligned. Avoid displaying particles that are curriculum aligned. I'm concerned there. Avoid displaying partisan materials that are curriculum, well, no, go ahead, all right, not engaged.
Yeah, the not is there.
Okay, not engaged.
Did you put, you took out the particularly, you did the stuff that she
Avoid
just asked for.
political or ideological advocacy during instruction time.
Did you take out?
Oh, here's where I was trying to explain something, Judy, that you are expected to refrain from political and ideological advocacy during instruction time. Are expected to refrain from. On the third one, refrain from.
That's what it says. That's what it says if you look at the.
Not according to my copy.
No, but now you're looking at the screen. All of our copies is old news.
She's looking at the shared screen, right?
You've got to look
I'm
at the
looking at the third
shared
one.
screen.
On the third one,
Yes.
not engage in political or ideological advocacy.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Or you know what, I want to make number 3, or engage in political or ideological advocacy during instructional time.
We have it. We already have that in bullet point, the first bullet point.
No, you have a third bullet point that says the same thing, basically.
You want to combine them?
Yes.
Okay, so it could read like,
Chrissy, did you print?
refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures.
Or ideological causes, and refrain from engaging in political.
That's.
Oh, wait, well, you've got the same thing there then. In
I think
instructional time.
they're similar, but they're not the same.
Go up to number 1.
Yeah.
And at the end, put during instructional time.
Okay. Yeah, she wants to make 1 and 3. She wants to add refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures, or ideological clauses during instructional time.
Okay.
I'm
that's
okay
what
with
we're
that.
talking about.
Yeah. Okay, Mrs. M.
So let's cross out number 3.
Not engage in, yeah, that's redundant.
So then
But
she,
it says here, right
yeah,
here.
and then she wants to take this one out. So these are basically saying the same thing she's saying. That's the same thing. Or ideological, and that's the same thing basically.
Promoting or engaging then. So it engaging needs to be there. So promoting.
Okay, so then that
opposing,
needs
or
to be
engaging.
refrain from promoting. How do you engage a political party?
It says not engage in a political ideological
That's
advocacy.
the same thing.
during
Advocacy is
instruction.
promoting.
Same thing.
Yeah,
You're
it's the same thing.
from
Okay. So Chrissy, the first bullet point, or Dr. Chernus, would read, refrain from promoting or opposing political parties, candidates, ballot measures, or ideological causes during instructional time. And then the third one, which starts with not engage, gets deleted altogether. Okay? We're good. Okay, Mrs. Marcus, please keep going.
I am.
No, we deleted the third one.
No, excluding circumstances, the staff members are needed for support.
Yes, okay.
Peer mediation.
Okay, so, peer is good. So, Chrissy or
Understand.
Dr. Chernus, where it says avoid discussing, yeah,
Oh, yeah. Student/peer mediation.
yeah, scenarios.
Or need of support.
What is she talking about? Where?
Let's do what we agreed when we were all here, just so we can get it done.
Judy.
Outside of peer/student mediation.
Where are you?
This is, we already agreed to it. For this one, where we said outside of mediating student disputes.
Yeah.
So he's writing it as outside of peer/student mediation. Is the slash appropriate, Dr. Chernus? Yeah. Okay. Teachers should da-da-da-da. Okay.
But that's good, because now I feel better that if 2 kids come in and they were having a
They
silly
can
little thing.
facilitate a discussion.
Yes.
And resolution.
Yes, and the teacher's not gonna be like, oh my God, I can't
No,
talk about
I
Okay,
agree.
say it again.
This was
Where are
agreed
we?
to earlier. This is outside of peer-student mediation. Teachers should avoid discussing da-da-da-da. We agreed on that earlier. I have it in my notes
Okay.
here.
Outside.
Staff members are needing what?
Outside.
The end of that bullet?
I'm not happy with the ending of that sentence at all.
Yeah, it looks like it was.
Okay.
I gotta see it.
I don't like the ending. Excluding circumstances, staff members are needing.
No, I think it's just redundant. So it should
think
just
it's
be unless
terrible.
directly connected to curriculum.
Right.
Everything starting with excluding should come out, Dr. Chernus, please. There we go. Okay, Mrs. Marcus, what else?
Well, let me finish reading.
Okay.
The peer-student slash should be there, should be next to each other. Peer/student should all be one connection, I think. Should all be. Respect and allow space for respect. Respect and allow space for respectfully, developmentally. I think you could get out the word respect and just say allow space for respectfully, developmentally appropriate student expression.
Yeah, I had suggested that, Rochelle, but then I redacted that, rescinded that.
I would allow space for respectful, developmental, appropriately student. I don't think the LY.
We're going to take out developmentally appropriate. We're just saying allow space for respectful.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah, that's fine. Allow space for respectful, appropriate
or respectful student expression. All right.
Okay, this one should be pretty much self-explanatory. We worked through this one already, so we're should be good, right, Chrissy? No changes to that?
Yeah. I would agree. I'm happy. That would go. Not tonight. Take a vacation. Yeah, not tonight. Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Marcus? I just want to make sure you didn't try to get our attention.
No, no.
I can't see that far. Is Russell there?
I'm reading the last one.
Okay.
Russell?
Were you giving us developmentally appropriate space?
I know, you were so cute. You're sitting there with your legs crossed. It's funny how we all are. That's first class. This is economy. Yeah.
I'd just like to make a comment here, Judy.
Yes.
Remember that we are not deleting policy 6144.
No.
No. Okay.
That's a
So,
subset. Actually, Mrs.
Can I
Sabag
answer
wanted
that?
to
I've
talk
been
about that
wanting
and I
to-
cut her
Not
off.
in lieu of.
Mrs. Marcus, this is a separate policy from 6144.
No, I know that. I'm just
Okay,
saying-
so I want to just say something very simple. I don't know, anybody who thinks that 6144 is the same can easily go to ChatGPT and ask the question, if board policy, California or school district, or even Beverly Hills, BHUSD, board policy 6144 is the same as standard-based instructional environment, and it will tell you that it's not the same. I'll actually read it to you. Let me read it to you.
Oh, no, don't read it to me. I agree with you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
I don't need to do that too.
Okay, okay, colleagues. What I'm hearing is that we have addressed everyone's concerns. First, Chrissy was revising, then Dr. Chernus jumped in and reviewed the whole thing. We have all reviewed together, and what I'm seeing is I think something that very respectfully took everybody's concerns under consideration, and we implemented it. So folks, speak now or forever hold your peace. Do you have any other tweaks that you'd like to make?
I don't have any tweaks, but I want to say that I am grateful that you guys were receptive to, that Sigali and everyone here was receptive to some of the feelings of the initial policy, and I'm glad that we were able to make it that hopefully is amenable and will serve us all well. I feel like it is significantly less punitive and more speaks to and respects our educators. So I'm feeling better about that, and I appreciate the collaboration.
Great, thank you, and thank you for sharing your suggestions. Okay.
I want to just echo Dr. Stern's comment in that though it took a little while to get through, and and you know how I felt about it to begin with, that I have done, gone whole hog to try to support the difference between what is a standards-based instructional environment and policy 6144, so that there's no question about what's what.
Yes.
And it's good.
Okay, so in that case, colleagues, I'm going to go back to the original motion, which I think, Mrs. Sabag, can you please amend it, because we've gone down a road that we need to incorporate?
Yes. So I'll make a motion to approve Board Policy 6015, Standard-Based Instructional Environment, with the stated amendments, and to waive the second reading.
Okay, so now I amend I second to support the motion you've just made, okay? And I'm confirming there's no more discussion, and it's the right time to call for the vote.
Right, and so what we are voting on is what has been worked on now.
I just said amendment.
Right,
Yes.
okay, it's amended, yes, just making sure.
And I took handwritten notes, Dr. Stern, so if something happens and we are remembering things in a different way, we can come back together as a group.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping us from doing that, that's true.
Yeah, okay, I call for the vote, and I'll do a roll call since Mrs. Marcus is on Zoom. Mrs. Marcus?
Mrs. Marcus?
I said yes.
Oh,
You got
okay.
me, Donna?
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Stern?
As amended, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Sabag?
Yes.
And I am a yes, and thank you, colleagues. Okay, let's please move on to the next item, which is a board...
Can I get my screen back? Can I get my screen back?
Colby, can Mrs. Marcus have her screen
I
back,
got it.
please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item is item 15, board discussion pertaining to pathway plan to National Blue Ribbon Schools. Is this something that we...
So
we wanna...
I put it on the agenda, and Dr. Seaman is ready.
So we need a motion to extend the meeting since it's 9.
Oh, is it 9?
I think we're till... Are we till 9:30?
My understanding is,
motion to extend.
I think it was 9:30. I was the brat who said it had to be 9:30. I'm okay with 9:30 right now. This is interesting. I can stay. Okay.
I believe we're till 9:30.
Okay, we're okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that we might be able to conclude the meeting by 9:30.
Yes, we will.
Okay. But I want to start implementing.
You are shit at off to you. Okay.
Okay, so is it Dr. Seaman? Do you have something to present? And can I just acknowledge, Mrs. Sabag, did you want to state something first before he begins?
No, we discussed, so Dr. Seaman's going to present, and then we will meet together for implementation before the
Beautiful.
beginning of the school year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Seaman. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Our ultimate goal this evening is just really be able to express or explain, I think, to the community at large what it is actually to qualify for a blue ribbon. school, our status. And what I want to do is be able to just set the stage of where we currently are. And then we're taking this information, bringing it back to our leadership retreat, working with our site-based administration, working with the Board of Education, and bringing back plans in September for us to be able to, like Ms. Sabag had stated, making sure that we're implementing actionable items that are making us, where we're progressing towards blue ribbon status. So ultimately, Blue Ribbon itself is a nomination process. We have to receive a nomination from our state board, our state superintendent, to be able to receive an application from the national organization to even apply for Blue Ribbon. What does that mean? To get the application or be one of the state recommendations, we have to be a California distinguished school. And what does that mean? Ultimately, right here on the right-hand side, I'm not going to read through everything. You have to be on the California dashboard in the blue and or sometimes green category in all areas. 1, academic progress. 2, school climate. School climate encompasses attendance and suspensions. So that being said, I'm going to walk us through, here is the actual dashboard itself. Everyone at home can go ahead and look at the California dashboard if you go ahead and search. Blue is the highest performance level, green, yellow. By the time you hit orange or red, that would immediately eliminate you from even being considered for a California distinguished school, which would immediately eliminate you from even potentially receiving the application for a blue ribbon school. So I'm going to go school by school so that way you exactly know where we stand. Remember, the California dashboard is a year-old data. This isn't our last year, but the previous year. So our first school that we're looking at is our Hawthorne El Rodeo.
Sorry, 2023, 2024, in other words.
Yes. Correct, yep. And it'll always be a year behind. So we'll always be, if we're moving toward, an example is Beverly Hills High School was a blue ribbon school in 2005. That was based off of 2004. That was based off of 2002 data. So it's 2 years behind by the time you fill out the application and submit. So when we were at Hawthorne moving to El Rodeo, you'll see we were blue in both categories, both in math and ELA. That's the highest performance level that you can have on the California dashboard. Now, what prevented us from becoming a distinguished school that year was our suspension rate and our chronic absentee. Academically, we performed well enough at Hawthorne as we transitioned into El Rodeo, where it was our suspension rate and our chronic absentee where we were red and yellow. So I broke it down for those that are at home. You'll see 2 other areas. These are the areas that did prevent us. One is growth with students with disabilities. You'll see in ELA and math, we scored orange. Now, in our overall all students, we were blue, but when we deal with our subpopulations such as EL performance, students with disabilities, it's about growth and not standards met. So we need them to grow each year. And what this is stating is that we were in the orange category around performance of our students with disabilities and growing in math and ELA. Now, in chronic absentee and suspension rates, you'll see we're orange and yellow, both in some subpopulations, but even in some all categories as well. So for us to focus on Horace Mann, you'll see that year we were green, not the highest performance, but the second highest performance in English language arts and mathematics. I'm going to kind of keep clicking because I think where the rubber meets the road is this next slide. This is what we'll be unpacking at leadership. In ELA, we were yellow in students with disabilities, so we did make some growth, but we're not making enough growth in our students' goals.
Dr. Seaman, when do we get our new dashboard?
Not until November. It's usually around Thanksgiving break, so
Okay.
it'll be December when we'll see
So
that data.
is it hard to work on these indicators when we don't know what the new indicators are?
Yes. We do have data that, I mean, this is what I had to write the LCAP on.
Okay, so do you have a good idea of what our dashboard will be in November?
Not as far as suspension and chronic absentee. That's where I'd have to lean on
Okay.
student services a bit, but I will have our ELA and math in September.
And so we need to not be in yellow or orange or I'm sorry, or red. We need to be blue and green in all 4 categories to apply for Blue Ribbon.
To earn distinguished school.
To earn distinguished school.
And then of all distinguished schools in the state of California, there are up to 35 nominations for Blue Ribbon.
And is that discretionary?
Yes, it's up to the state superintendent.
The state superintendent decides of all the qualified schools, which one earns distinguished school?
Correct. No. A distinguished school is based off our dashboard.
Okay, so we get it no matter what.
Correct.
And then the state superintendent looks at all the distinguished schools, and it's discretionary by the superintendent, which is Tony Thurman right now, who gets to be Blue Ribbon.
Correct.
And how many does he select for Blue Ribbon?
There's 35 nominees go to the national for consideration. Not all of them get Blue Ribbon.
35 nominees.
Yeah, we're capped in
For
California.
elementary, 35 for middle, 35.
35 schools.
35 schools, elementary, middle, and high school.
Yep.
But you can't even get to the blue school until you get a distinguished school.
Correct.
So you have to earn distinguished school, which means on the right-hand side, here's all the categories. You have to show growth in Title I, EL, students with disabilities, suspension, our climate has to be in the blue and green,
So-
and academic performance.
When do we get nominated for those, or can we apply for those?
That is based off pure data.
Okay, so we will raise, the data, and then we can get those
Mhm.
current, right? It doesn't have to be 2 years before or whatnot. It could be current.
Yep, so this year, let me pause for a second. So ultimately, we need to look at our this year's data to be current, but last year, so meaning it's weird because we're in summer, but 24-25 school year will be what the secondary schools this year will be nominated for. So the distinguished schools is every other year, where it's elementary one year, secondary the next year, elementary the next year. And then each year, based off those years, the superintendent of any state can nominate up to 35 great candidates that they believe would make Blue Ribbon.
So can I ask you, if we work on this for 2 years, 2.5 years approximately, we can be on par getting nominated?
Correct. So all the work that we do today, we should see that come to fruition within a year or even 2 years. We should see this sooner than later. We've already started making some of those changes. And with attendance and chronic absentee, we learned that from when Hawthorne was here, and we didn't make the distinguished list because of absentee and chronic.
So the dashboard's 2 years behind.
A year. Their dashboard is 2 years behind.
So if in the year 25-26, we move all to blue and green, that will be reflected in the 26-27 dashboard. And when would we qualify for distinguished school? 26-27?
Correct. We should by that November be notified of 26, say, so 25-26 school year, November of 26, we will have our dashboard information. They typically release distinguished schools right around winter break.
Okay.
They'll release the dashboard first.
So we could potentially qualify for distinguished school a year from this December.
Correct.
Distinguished.
With the spring.
And then National Blue Ribbon, we can get nominated in 26-27?
Yes.
Okay.
So we would.
Which school?
We would know if we're on par spring of 26,
Mhm.
with then the opportunity, if we are one of the top 35, based on what they're looking for. Again,
But which
Dr.
school?
Stern-
Would it be elementary, middle school, high school?
So this year will be secondary, because last year was elementary. This year's secondary. Next year's elementary, so we'd really be focused on.
So it would be elementary.
Yep,
So
we
we
would
can
be
have both of
focused-
our elementaries, we can focus
Correct.
on well, we focus on everybody, but
Yep.
Yeah.
we can
With the new
have
math
it
curriculum, it might be,
26-27, the
we
elementary.
might jump up. But can I warn us about one thing?
Yeah.
Dr. Stern and Mrs. Marcus, you were with me a couple of years ago. It felt like as we started aspiring to these awards, then the behaviors became a problem. And we heard from everyone. We heard from teachers that the behaviors were a problem. We heard from parents. We heard from other students. So yes, I want to be a California distinguished school, but not at the cost of there not being consequences and so
No,
on.
absolutely.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I mean, you're saying
100%. So
suspensions can't
we
be.
need to
It's
work.
not that I want to suspend
We
the
don't want to
kids.
keep kids at school just for
No.
good metrics.
Yes,
I mean,
No,
if they
no,
got to
no.
go home, they got to
Yeah.
go home.
We can't do that
That's
because
right.
if the kids are acting up,
Because
they're
that's
not going to
a
get
good
good grades.
environment for anybody.
But they're not going to make the grade if they're acting up anyways.
That's true.
It goes together.
That's
so we're
true,
working
too.
on that also.
Yeah,
That's what
because
we need to
if
work
you
on.
recall, Dr. Seaman, at the end of that school year where we were really focusing on this, I felt like there was a bit of a volcanic eruption at the end in terms of our student behaviors. And so I don't necessarily know what the answer is. Maybe it's in-school suspension. We started implementing a lot of alternatives to suspension, which I wholeheartedly support. I just want to be sure that in this endeavor, ed services and student services are very complementary instead of contradicting one another almost.
I would concur. I think we need to do this for what's good for kids and not for a designation.
And I'm not suggesting that the approach is not what's good
Right.
for kids.
Well,
I'm just remembering.
The other
you know,
caveat is the Department of Education is being severely depleted.
Yes.
And so there's a decent chance that this entire department isn't even going to be there. And
will be
so
no
the
one to
selection
judge us,
process
yeah.
may be very different
Yeah.
because they're cutting 1,500 workers from the Department of Ed.
I saw.
So we really need to do it for the best interest of students and not just to get a designation.
In the interest of time, can we continue with the?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think we're good. I think just from a reference standpoint, what we wanted to do is just set the stage of what the timeline was and that we are going to work with our leadership team based on not only the metrics that we're being judged off of, however, also our own internal metrics that are aligned with Dr. Chernus's goals and obviously the board's, and we'll bring back more information in September.
Thank you. Mrs. Marcus, do you have any discussion on this matter?
Well, in the interest of brevity, I would just like to thank Dustin for following through. I had suggested that we needed this so that we understood what the blue ribbon was all about. I'm very grateful for that, Dustin. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question that I did have for you. In your retreat or your meetings before the school year starts, I hope we do not lose, and of course it should be incorporated with it, our strategic plan, which would include this objective as a partnership so that we don't lose sight of the fact that we still want our kids to get up there in their scores. So I just wanted to make that mention.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
I just seem to be thanking Dustin
All
every
day,
time
I
I
know.
turn around to him. Yeah. No, I mean obviously it's a great thing to try and achieve. Part of my speech is going to be about KBEV here, but we did find this remarkable banner in one of the rooms. But yes, Ms. Manicherry, I agree with you that striving for something while ignoring other things just to get accolades, it'd be great to have the designation, but in the end, it's about the future of our kids and the instruction that they're getting. The world is changing so quickly that would it be amazing to see 2025 on that thing? Absolutely. Is it the end all be all? No. And I think as long as we just have a really strong aligned effort that is the goal, and that would be nice, fantastic, but not at the detriment, of doing the right thing. So.
Thank you. Trustee Stern?
I have nothing further to say. I think it would be great, and I think that's amazing that you guys found that. You found the billboard from 2004, and that's a real inspiration. I know we can get there again. We're doing very well away from COVID. We're getting back on good footing, but we do have the challenges in Washington with some of the departments and personnel being cut, but I think, we can move forward and start planning and making committees and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Sabag?
Yes, so back in the day, my older son, who's going on 28 right now, I was living in the valley before when they were young. And I will never forget, I was working in a health center with mostly very high-end celebrities. And this one actress, as a matter of fact, very famous, and her husband was famous, she said to me, "I will not put my daughter in any school but Beverly Hills." And at that time, I was not into public schools. I was working really hard to put my kids, I had 2 kids at the time, in private schools. I only thought about private schools because I wanted to make sure my kids were safe and they were in a good environment. When she said that, I started investigating BHUSD. And I have to tell you, back in 2004, is that what it says with the blue ribbon? Our district was the top. I mean, everybody wanted to be in this district. It was about the academics, it was about the community, it was about everything. Not that we aren't right now, we are, but it was strictly focused on academics, and I remember specifically her telling me that. I investigated it. Aiming for the blue ribbon school is only to elevate us. It is not just the name of it, absolutely not. It gives us a stride, like Dr. Seaman said, we need to be on par with the academics and the testing. There's no way we can fake that, right? So when it comes to our kids acting up, we don't want them to act up. So we need to fix that. We need to work on that. And this gives us the motivation to aim in that direction, because everything that they're requesting in order to be, it's a national blue ribbon. It's all over the United States. And you said how many? 35 in California? From California. So you get nominated, which is a huge thing, and it's only 35. And there are how many schools in California? Do you know or no? Hundreds? Thousands? Thousands. Yeah, so just to be, just.
I think there's 15 in LA County that report to the Lake.
Only in LA County, yeah. So yes.
Oh, 80. There's 1,000 school districts in the
No,
state.
I think he's saying that are nominated or that have
Oh, yeah.
Oh, in large.
There's 1,000 districts in the state.
Mr. Lako knows.
Districts. 80 districts in LA County, the largest county in the country.
80 districts just in LA County.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. So it's not about prestige. It's about getting the job done. So it's like you can't fake it. You're not going to get nominated if you are putting kids, in suspension and they're still acting up. There's no way these kids that are acting up are getting really good grades. I mean, I've seen this throughout the board. But I also would like to fix that, change that, get our kids excited about the academics in the classroom. So I think for us aiming for the National Blue Ribbon it can happen. It's already happened. So I think that will give us a lot more pride, because we should be there. There's no reason we shouldn't. We have everything, as Mrs. Monticelli said. We have the funds, we have, the community, we have the parents that are completely involved, bless you. And there's absolutely no reason we shouldn't be there. So the aim is, and the stride is good. It's not going to take away anything. It can't. That will defeat the purpose.
Thank you, Mrs. Sabag. All I want to say about Blue Ribbon status is this board together made some very tough decisions in the last 6 months to that end. And we believe that the people sitting here in this room and at home that support this school district are the ones to do it. So from here on out, it's really a matter of if you need something from the board, you need support or resources, whatever it is, we are leaving it in your hands, and please come and let us know. Thank you. So I think we are just about done. Communication from the board members. I will start with meeting reports. Mrs. Marcus?
I don't believe that I can't recall. I being anything. The only thing I did attend before I went away was the production at the Horace Mann School of the Beverly Hills, the arts program they had. The kids were terrific. It was wonderful to see the program. I did recognize that Miss Harwood, Karen Hayward, was there to promote and to look for things to get her program stirred up again. And that was a brilliant thing for her to do. And she worked with them over there. And I think that that's the one way we can get kids to go into the vaping arts. And the vapor is to give them the opportunities to do things like this. I'm wondering if something like an orchestra situation like that would be something that inspires kids to go on to instrumental music in the middle school. It's just a thought that I had when I saw this. So I would just like to thank everybody, and I'm going to say good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Marcus. Trustee Stewart, do you have any board communication to share?
I'm looking at the clock and being very respectful to Dr. Stern with her heart out in 6 minutes. And I see Miss Warren back there yawning, so I got to get her home too. I just want to talk about KBEV real quick. I want to thank the countless people over the last week, especially the custodians. I'm really sorry I didn't get all of your names, but many people know that we have hired a new director of programming, Kyle Newman, which I am very grateful to him. I had texted him earlier. It is his son's birthday today, or he would have been here to introduce himself to the community. But KBEV is a special institution here at Beverly Hills Unified School District. I want to thank Dave Dusty Stiles, the originator of the program. I want to thank Romeo Carey for his 20-plus years of commitment to the program. But it's a new day. Many people know we have spent the last week, the staff have cleared out most of KBEV. And I just want to set the record straight. There's been several emails that have been sent to me that have been completely misconstrued of the mission. There's been unhappy people who have seen dumpsters full of things at the high school and have taken that as the destruction of the program. And that, again, I've been saying this for months, but it's just the furthest thing from the truth. And I'm just going to be a little honest here. There's so much stuff in the rooms of KBEV over the past 20, 30, 40, 50 years that were not functional, did not work, were empty boxes, broken equipment, stuff that was just stored. And a lot of it was not the healthiest for people. There was old carpets and old boxes and, other things that just didn't need to be there. And it has taken literally an army of people, countless hours now, to go through every single room. And the one thing that I want to say on the record is that there's an incredible history of things in that room. And the number one thing are the historical videotapes of past Norman News and other things, including famous interviews with former, I think, governor or running for governor at the time, Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama, and even including city officials like Lily Bossy, and thousands of hours of other tapes, which we have painstakingly gone through, preserved everything, and we are going to go and get them all digitized and make sure that the history of that department is never lost, including painstakingly going through equipment, like literally piece by piece, making sure that we understood what era it came from, things that were historically relevant, and making sure that nothing is ever lost when it comes to preserving the history of KBEV. But still, in the end, our kids, as we're talking about blue ribbon schools, our kids deserve to be trained on the very best equipment. And with all due respect to anyone who's got a soft spot for KBEV, KBEV did not have anything modern in it to teach our kids the latest and greatest techniques to actually have a future or be employed in the entertainment industry. We are about to change that. So for those that have seen some of the transitionary process and seen perhaps some empty rooms that might be a bit of a culture shock, great things are coming. We've approved a contract with a studio, a designer. He's actually coming in tomorrow morning. Kyle Newman, our new instructor, is a professional filmmaker. And we are planning on making the KBEV experience something that the pathway has never seen before, and expanding into different avenues of the entertainment industry that a lot of kids have been asking for. And we have a lot of, we have a few top students who kind of steer the ship. But there's a lot of kids that want to learn more in the entertainment industry that we owe it to them to not be a singularity. The Norman News is not going to end. We are going to expand, and we're going to invest, and we're going to make it a world-class facility so our kids can learn on the best. So please, any of those that might have seen a photo of some stuff in a dumpster or have passed by and said, oh my goodness, everything's been torn out, it's because we're remodeling. We're not deleting. And the only way to remodel truly is to gut it all out and to start from scratch and to make sure that we have a healthy, safe environment with the best of the best. And that's exactly what we're doing. And although it's going to take some time, I'm looking forward to an amazing final product that not only our kids are going to be excited about, but so is the community and all of those that have always wanted to see a top-notch entertainment pathway at our high school.
Well, thank you for all the time that you put in. I know that that was definitely a huge undertaking to clear that area, and it's not over, and I applaud that. I'm really excited for our new media director. That's about all. I did go to the Human Relations Commission, and I presented like 2 weeks ago, and I'm going tomorrow morning, but I don't have much to report other than that. Yeah. Oh, yes. Is that at the Century? Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. At El Rodeo, August 24th, they have embraced another Beverly Hills book, which is called Isola, I-S-O-L-A. I know about it, and the themes are really amazing and interesting. Allegra Goldman is the author, and everyone is encouraged to read it, and the author will be speaking at El Rodeo, August 24th. At 11 a.m. And where can they find more information about this?
We're sending out a flyer to the whole community as soon as the city approves it.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Trustee Sabag?
So I also would like to thank Mr. Stewart. I actually toured the high school, happened to bump into Mr. Stewart, so I saw what he was doing, and it was, I don't know why he was doing it, because he was in a car accident. Actually, the car hit his whole body. I was hurting just watching you. I think that you are very dedicated, that people don't see. They don't give you enough credit. They don't even know what you're doing, honestly. I thank you for that. I thank you for taking that upon yourself to get KBEV to where it wants to be, locate the best of the best so that the kids can have their instructor in place and be happy. And as a matter of fact, I met the instructor there. He was also very involved, and there was a familiarity about him. I don't know how to say that, but he fits the position perfectly. I do thank Romeo Carey for everything that he's done, everything that he has given our district, and it wouldn't have been where it is without him. We will miss him. And I also want to thank the board, and I want to make it very clear that we are an incredible board. I mean, every day, I mean, I'm having chills just saying this. When I work with the 5 of us together, I am amazed and I love it because we never argue. We just talk things through either way. We have different opinions, and as a matter of fact, I even researched all of us, and it even said, you know, it's a perfect blend. Every single one of us represents somebody in the community. I don't think there's anything else that would represent a community so well, but the 5 of us. You can't say that there's somebody on this board that is not representing somebody in the community, and that's amazing. I would also like to say that, you know, I interviewed the new principal for the high school. I'm really excited about that. She is a superstar. It's going to be amazing, you know, for the high school students to meet her. And also, to piggyback on what I said about our board, there are board term limits for a reason. You need to change things up. You can't have the same person. No, meaning you need to change all of us up. I mean, who knows? You know, it's a lot of work. It's exhausting. It's a passion. You need to love it. Like Mr. Stewart in KBEV, like I saw him there for a couple days, and I went into the high school for different reasons that I will have on the agenda for next board agenda. And, you know, Dr. Stern, who literally is not working, you know, where she was working in Glendale because she wants to make more time to be on the board, which is amazing. You know, Mrs. Monticelli, that is an attorney and went and dissected everything in the legal status, and she spends so much time investigating. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am who I am. And Mrs. Marcus, who is a teacher, and she knows, and she has the experience, and she has the confidence of the community, and she is loved by everyone. And then we have new people on board. And, you know, Dr. Seaman, who works his you-know-what off to get everything done, and Dr. Hasty, who got off really easy today. Wait till next week. I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to ruffle your feathers. And Dr. Chernus, who just came, and he makes decisions. You know, there's no messing around with this man, and I love it. So I just want to say all that because I am still a parent, and before I became a board member, I was on the other side, and as much as you think you know what's going on the board, you don't know. And I can just say that as being on both sides. You really don't know what's going on with these members and the administration behind closed doors. You can guess, you can say whatever you want, but I'm telling you, this is an amazing board, and I'm not just saying that. I think even if we don't have to vote on everything, which is fine. And when we do, it's better. But either way, we talk. And I truly, really love our combination. So, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful vacation on their yacht and their trips and their Europe. And I heard some things with our kids that went to the UK.
Where's
and,
my yacht?
You know, people are all over the place. And being a board member, you really can't go on vacations. I learned that this summer. So, you know, my kids had to struggle through that. So that's something else that we also take upon ourselves, that we can't even really have a vacation, because last year I went the whole summer on vacation. I can't do that anymore. So there you go. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Sabag. I will keep it short and sweet. A ton of magical hard work is happening behind the scenes this summer. I'm very grateful to everyone in the room and everyone behind the scenes for believing in this board's vision for more and more every year and every week and every month. I am super gratified to know that we have the administrative team at every one of our schools established and ready to go, and they'll have about a month together to all really gel and get into place. And I know that Dr. Seaman and Dr. Chernus, you've been working hard with them as well as with your team. So thank you for the onboarding. I cannot wait for 25-26. So with that said, I will adjourn this meeting and remind everyone that the future board meetings, the next one is Tuesday, July 22nd at 5 p.m., followed by August 5th at 5 p.m. Thank you for joining us.